All right, we have the vibes going today. Not 30 minutes like I had said on my story, but at least we are here. We have kind of a fun setup. So this is the new mic. This is the SmallRig S70. I had to do a little bit of setup to it, I guess. It's transmitting to the receiver that would typically go in a camera, and then that's plugged into the mic in on the PC. We're at plus 10 gain on it. I can see the light on it, and I can tell if I have active noise cancellation on or not. And I've preset an EQ curve of the male version. Whatever that does. I'm sure it's a little bit of a bass boost or whatever. So we've got that. And then because we're filming a screen, which is filmed, so this webcam has a delay, and then it's being shown on a monitor. It's being filmed by a camera that's right here, which adds another delay, and then it comes back to the computer. So we've got like two loops, two audio delays. So I've had to put in 250 milliseconds of audio delay to get everything back into sync. Normally I have 80 milliseconds for the encoding delay on these OBSBot cams. Another thing I found is the remote for the OBSBot. I've plugged it in separately. It's now plugged into the front of the PC, and I've plugged the docking hub into the back of the PC instead of the front. So it cleans up the desk a little bit, but I've also realized maybe the remote isn't supposed to go on the dock, and maybe that was part of the having three cameras running issues we were having. Though when I was setting up, I did have this overhead cam freeze like it does, and I can't figure out how to reset it in a soft way. I have to physically unplug it. I can still control it. Still seems like it's acting normally. It's just the display is frozen. So we should have some kind of cool vibes going for a minute. I set this up because we're probably going to use the camera at some point for some other stuff. But I thought it'd be fun to set this up. That's kind of what I like doing too, pushing the boundaries, seeing what's possible, what can be done with all this. So I'm gonna reduce the gain a little bit. Looks like when I'm excited, I talk a little bit loud. First impression for the sound quality of the S70 is good. I like it. I'll have to compare side by side to be sure. I'm thinking it has more of a natural sound, and that was in the natural profile, almost like it was just a mic in a room. So that's cool. More to be looked into there. It seemed like it was, perfectly fine. Speaking of that, I had better check that my actual input on Windows is set to a decent quality. Okay, so it's set to 16-bit. I don't know if it can take more. So we'll have to do some proper comparison and check all that out. Honestly, I don't even know if you can tell the bit difference, and it probably doesn't matter for this type of content. We don't need all that much latitude. We're not boosting stuff in post, we're just trying to get it right to begin with. So I'm going to disappear for a second and use the restroom, but I will post up what we are up to. And I'm just gonna add in a little bit of text that stream is starting soon. I think that should work for now. Plan is I'll come back, I'll put the mic on. I'm gonna try to clean just a bit. Not that I wanted this to be a cleaning stream, but I've realized I have a desk in the back that has stuff on it. I could be working on that desk instead of having yet another desk set up. So if I can get back there and put the engraver somewhere else and lower the height of it, I think I should be able to work on it. And I might even take the feet off the bottom of it. I don't think they're super necessary. So yeah, that's kind of the first thought. We'll do that. And then I do have a little bit of an agenda set up. You probably know how it goes. I don't always get to all of my goals. But we've got test the new mic. So just by happenstance, by streaming, this will kind of test it. I want to test lamination. So I have stuff for that somewhere. Now that I think about it, I don't exactly know where I put it, which is kind of ironic. So maybe the cleaning will help me find that. We will probably get to the laser engraver. I'm really hoping to. I said I would quite a few times recently, but there's a few things I want to do with that. One is design a card system with standardized holes that I can use to mount papers or mount these cards, hang them up basically. And I can put stuff on those cards and write down notes. That's kind of part of it, is if I could give myself, like how calendars, those little ones that would sit on a desk that you fold the sheet over, they're like from the 90s or something. If I had something like that, not spiral bound, though you could. I do have some of those ring clips somewhere. Maybe that may not be a bad idea. Then you can kind of categorize your notes, bind them. You can laminate them, cut them out. There's some options there. So that would also be included with looking at projects. So I have in my notes app a lot of notes and ideas, and I'd like to go through and pull out some of them. That needs to be a manual process that I do. I have started using ChatGPT to break down basically a transcript of a video, like a stream, and tell me what basically happened in that video. And it gives me like 15 bullet points. And then I also have it summarize again and give me much shorter. So I can, I have the title of the stream, what I intended to do, and then there's all the other things that happen. So I can look at the shortened version and see, okay, this is kind of what happened in this. That kind of jogs my memory. Then I can also look at the slightly more detailed version if I need more, step by step, maybe it catches more. And then I technically would also have the transcript available and the text conversion from that transcript. So I could break into it before I ever open a video file. And the reason that's important is I've had to move to hard disk storage for a lot of my bulk stuff, like stream backups and things like that. And it's slower to transfer. And I don't want, I could look at the video and scroll through, that's fine. But I don't want to hit the drive, constantly with stuff like that. I would rather look up what happened in that video and know which video to pull. Then I would pull it to an SSD to then edit, so that I'm not editing off of a mechanical drive, and kind of preserve the life of that hard disk. I think I got one that was like NAS grade or something like that. I think it was like a WD Red equivalent. I can't remember Red for sure, if that's their NAS tier or if that's their like security footage tier. I can't remember for sure, but it's a decent drive, pretty good capacity. I just don't want to absolutely go crazy with it. So yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys with this screen real quick. I will be right back. We'll do a little bit of cleaning. Let the vibes wind out. Something to note that I'm extremely excited about for this microphone is this. There is a mute function on it. If you double press the button that's on the mic, it mutes it. I don't know if the Hollyline can do it. That's maybe something to check real quick. It just shows power and noise isolation on it. So I'm going to hit double tap on it. And it doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, I can single press or I can long press to turn it off. This has 3 functions with the 1 button, which is really cool. So I'm going to double tap it again. Okay, when you double tap it, the light turns red, which is a good visual indicator. I can check. I can physically check. I can also see back here. Let me do this again. Yeah, the light turns red on the receiver too. So I have some different places I can look to see when I'm muted, in case I need to have a conversation, answer the phone, stuff like that. That's really important to me because I could be halfway across the room. I could even be going upstairs to grab something and I think it's fine. Then I realize it's not. It's nice to be able to do that really quickly. So super cool. Yep, we're just getting started. I will be back in a moment. All right, mic is on. So yeah, just to recap, we're doing a soft start to the stream. We'll keep the streaming starting soon sign up, and you'll just kind of see me working for a bit, chit-chatting, kind of like a normal stream, but I kind of want to keep it separate, I guess. And maybe I'll take the text down, but we'll pin a comment so that if something ends up being worthy of editing later, then we can do that. We won't have a giant thing of text. So real quick, I need a quick snack. A little pro tip for you. Get some chopsticks and use those bad boys to acquire things from bags. And you don't get your hands dirty when you're at the computer. Trying to figure out how much of the chewing you can hear. Doesn't seem too bad. I'll probably leave that there. Let's get our chats up. Of course, we are streaming to YouTube as well. All right. Thank you, Yasmin, for the wonderful idea of pinning comments. Hey, Star. Welcome in, welcome in. We are getting started. Oops. So, a little bit of snacking, a little bit of cleaning, organizing, and then we'll be getting started. Let me show you the... Wonder if I can actually show you from this angle. Yeah, I can. Okay. Okay, sounds good. See, I think that's a little bit better. It's actually not. This is the... Okay, be all right. Yeah. Anyway. Kind of just had the mic off while I've been chewing. Okay. Throw that there for now. Yeah, we're gonna go full send with this. I think this will give me a nice, nice bit of satisfaction because I have been struggling to get to what I can imagine this room can be. It's been a lot of work, and I'm ready for it. So I think we're just gonna go ahead here. I'm gonna set up this light real quick. It's got a nice studio mode. Turn it on just so the light always comes back. And then we'll go back into our intensity mode. We'll just turn this way down. We'll just throw a little bit of blue onto what we're doing. I think that's pretty. Should be decent. So yeah, I'll be curious. Today, I don't normally stream on a weekday. Obviously, it's a holiday. So that makes sense why I would be doing it. But I'll be curious because the weekends I've actually been getting lots of people popping in. So I've been kind of curious to see what it's like on a weekday. That's why that didn't fit. But yeah, Star, when you come back, I'll probably bring up your Discord message and then maybe chat with you live if you're able, and we'll kind of look up what we've got for time zones, how many we can fit in, and then get an idea of how it's going from there. And then if you're able to hang out, you'll actually get to see some of the progress we're making. I can kind of give you a summation of the ideas that I have, so you don't have to watch through a bunch of streams. But yeah, I have some new glue coming. As it happens when you're Googling around and watching videos and such, you learn things. So I came across a video. Guy was making a box out of cardboard, kind of a nice looking box, which I still haven't finished the video, but he recommended using PVA glue as a stronger alternative to your standard school glue. And I was really impressed with the strength of the school glue to begin with. And I wouldn't mind, I'd hate to use school glue on things I intend to have last a long time. So, yeah, per his recommendation, I have ordered some PVA glue, which I think is literally the same thing. It's just probably a stronger concoction of it. But yeah, I think we got some kind of neat vibes going here. So I'm using, I've got the two cameras. So there's a webcam filming from the corner cam filming. And that's an OBSBot Tiny 2. Well, that is shown as a video preview on a CRT monitor. The CRT is being filmed by a mirrorless camera with a tilt shift lens. And we are tilted, man, most of the way, I think all the way in one direction, but we rotated the lens 90 degrees. So we are skewing our depth of, or our line of focus, our field of focus, we have skewed it. So it gives it that kind of toy look. What's like a toy miniature look, but to a big scene, as if we were really tiny and being looked at by a macro lens. So there's a lot of audio delay to compensate for a lot of video delay that we have to compensate for by delaying our audio. So I have it somewhat synced up, but I think it's really cool. It kind of applies a almost retro filter on its own, but then we have kind of the out of focus going as well. So it looks pretty good on the monitor, not gonna lie. It's just when you're filming it with a camera, it's not so good. So the strobing, I think, is because the sensor is not the fastest to read out. It's a full frame sensor. So maybe if I was in a 1080p mode or there might be a mode that reads out quicker. That could potentially solve it, but I'm compensating by having a really long exposure time. So we're nowhere near even 30 FPS. We're at probably around 15. I'm at 1/15th, or not one. Yeah, I think 1/15th of a second exposure time. So our frame times are very long. So it's like a 360 degree shutter or even longer than that. So kind of wacky, but it's neat. It's neat for sure. But I am excited about the new microphone. I'll have to do some proper testing back to back, and then my main concern, what I was really hoping it would fix, is the kind of the low transmittance strength, where I was losing connection when I would turn my back outdoors. So we'll test that again and see if that's just the area that I was at, if I was getting interference, if both mics work now, or if this one is actually better. But for right now, kind of as stream is getting started, I am hoping to make this back table the work table and just have one table set up for actual work. I think it'll be nicer to be able to get back there and do things. I have another light that I can set up. I've got stuff that I could do. So instead of packing up this table right now, I think we'll use it to sort. So I'm gonna pick some things off the ground first, just in case there's anything I can just exclude from the room entirely. I might keep a little bit of foam. But the rest of this is like from GPUs, graphics cards, little foam inserts and stuff when I got rid of the boxes. So I'll just put this out of the room. Or that may have been something else entirely, but I think it was GPUs. Okay. More snack. What an interesting effect. I love just looking at the vibe we've got going. It's neat. I think if we did keep it up when we're back there, we might just change the angle so the front is blurred instead of the back, or the bottom instead of the top. Apologies if you can hear me chewing. I can't tell for sure. I could put my headphones on. Can you hear me chewing? Not really, which is really good. because we don't even have noise canceling on. So good. I mean, obviously you can tell when my mouth is full, which is, you know, great manners. But well. That should leave the room. Of course, I've shifted some small things onto this table, and they're all they're all things that are like not sure what to do with, so now I have to do something with them. Gets annoying. This is all cables and camera bits. Same with that. This is my lens spanner. So I'm going to put that a little bit closer to the... I just saw it. Yeah, the lens cup kit. So that's good. Get a little more snack. I think at this point I'm technically skipping lunch, but that's all right. We got snacks to carry us through. If I had a bagel left, I'd eat a bagel, but I have eaten quite a few in the last 2 days. Well, things are basically just going on a different table. Not really the ideal, but it is helping me kind of think about what I have in front of me, which is probably how all this stuff ended up back here anyway. Oh well. We carry on. So I think this gets us some options where we can pull the table out a little bit and we can run our curtains finally, which I'm really quite excited about. And I did have the idea to reverse the mount that I have so the curtains go behind the lights automatically. I don't have to feed the lights. But we need room. They're cotton, I think. I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to put cotton curtains directly behind a laser. You know, a source of flame. But we'll let that be something we figure out later. Another anti-static bag. Another bag for our box of bags and baggies. I did just see I have another 1 or 2 curtains that I can maybe mix in up there. That could be kind of cool. So, main thing now is we need to put the spin rig somewhere. I kind of see a spot. It's going to be in the way, but it is kind of a one of those things where you deal with it because it's so awesome, but it does end up being in the way quite a bit. Okay, I should be able to kind of get around that as needed. We're not going to mess with this laser today, but before too long I do need to figure out if I can run it all the way back over here, or if I need to move the table when I plan to use it. I need to find a way of putting it somewhere that is not going to damage it. I don't want to pinch any of the wires or tweak the frame out of square. That takes a little bit to get it squared up. So, it'd be nice if I had a table to put it on. I do kind of see a spot down here. Maybe we try to stuff it on a shelf. Call it good. I can see I definitely need to go through this shelf. And that's mostly because I haven't got to it yet, because everything's been in the way so far. So, I hope it fits. Don't know that it will. Okay, let me... Don't like the cables dragging as such. But there's not a great way of securing them. I might kind of just tie it in some sort of a knot. Tie it up a little bit. Let's see if I guesstimated correctly and this fits past the table. Barely. Well, that one part of it, I guess. Yes, yes. Okay. Well, it's mostly out of the way. I don't like that we're resting on the actual laser head, so I'm going to loosen up its focus slide. It was technically resting on the cover there, so maybe that wasn't as big of a deal. But the cover is bolted on, it doesn't have a way of detaching easily, so. It is actually sitting on the laser nozzle. Yeah. Good enough. Okay, let's... I guess the one downside is we had the... Oh, I see. I see what I have done. This is our old glass mouse pad. When I bought a cheap, like $14 one or something to try it out. And would you believe it? It's basically a $14 mouse pad. Maybe this is something we get rid of at some point. I don't think I'll be using it. It's too loud for this desk. Any glass mouse pad is too loud, so it is. We have a friend to lurk on. Let's go get to my lurks tab. There we go. And copy within there. Make sure it loads. Hey, I think we got it. Good. Okay. So I've got these 4 blocks that I had hot glued to the surface, and they were so that I could key the engraver in place every time. But it doesn't fit the dual purpose of kind of what I'm doing with this now. So I think we're gonna get rid of those. And to do that, so I don't pull giant pits out of there, is I will try to use my heat gun. Not sure why this camera went to auto track. It's fine, I guess. I guess we'll just let it auto track. Trying to get it to stop. This might have been one that got moved recently. Okay. We'll address that later. Normally I have that turned off. It is fun to use, but I think it needs to be intentional. I turn it on accidentally too easily. Probably just talking with my hands. So I'm trying to find my heat gun, which I have, of course, misplaced. Not that I have a pretty dedicated spot for it or anything like that. Sarcasm, I do. So we might just... Oh, it is there. I'm just blind. Gotcha. So I'm gonna see if I can warm up the glue, but it's kind of in a bad spot. This may not work the way I hope. What's up, Neurotics? Thanks for letting me know that you want me to have a good stream. I appreciate it. Have a good day at work. I appreciate you stopping by to say hey. And I'm sorry you do have to work on a holiday. That sucks. Hopefully you're making overtime or extra tips or something. Well, if I can get this first block to loosen in a reasonable amount of time, I may go ahead and do the second. It's currently darkening the wood, though. I don't exactly want to start a fire. I give up. It's going to take a while. The glue is in the middle of the block, and I would have to heat everything up. So I'm just going to twist with... Oh, God. It's actually breaking. Yeah. Okay, it's not too bad. The layer of MDF it pulled up is somewhat minimal. So I might leave the back one for now. Just why not? I did actually start melting this. It smells good. But yeah, we had to get that hot glue loosened up. I will let the gun cool, but we'll keep the battery over here. Still got a full charge. Alrighty. I guess I can kind of smear and pull up some of this hot glue while it's warm. I can scrape it later if need be. So I've got a... is it a waffle table? What are these called? What is that? I don't... Oh, I see, I see. These things. It's like a grid. It lets air through. And I guess the main thing is it lets smoke out of the back. So you don't trap smoke when you're cutting. And if you do have air assist, the air can blow all the way through and help separate your smoke from your cut so it doesn't burn the edge of the wood. You get a cleaner cut aesthetically. So I've got a bunch of stuff from the Calm Marker laser. It might be nice to just have a shelf kind of dedicated to like the laser stuff, maybe materials, things like that. And I do actually have laser goggles hanging right here, so that might kind of make sense as a place to go with it. It's right next to all my tapes. So this probably needs to leave the room. Go to the shed even. But I'll throw all this there. We'll put this in that. And then we can set up this stuff here. A little focusing piece. I'll just lay with it. Cap still hasn't quite cooled off. All right, over for some water. We'll have to switch batteries before long. That one's about dead. I may even do that now. Here it is. Yeah, that's got quite a bit of charge left, so that'll keep our camera topped off. Alright, a little more snack. I got a little bit of water. That was good. Maybe later we'll grab a soda. Gotta work on my chopstick skills, apparently. Well, that's some great progress so far. I think we can put that back now. might try to hang the light and the light controller up. What does it look like, dim? I like it as a practical light. I wish I could dim it the other way. I'm sure I could find some kind of LED dimmer, even though it says it can't. I'm pretty sure there's a way, though it may flicker on video. Just like this, if we turn it too bright, it starts to flicker. All right, we kind of have that squared away, and I really want to get rid of these trays that I've put on the bottom here. They don't really fit with what I got going, and they're kind of just falling off, like this one. Of course, I used a fancy bit, some kind of Torx bit, which I don't really think I have over here. I just have Phillips. I guess I could try. If it's not screwed super tight, it may come out. But I need to get extra of those bits and keep them around. I'm sure I have a couple. Let's see. Can this loosen? No, it's really not going to grab that. That's frustrating. Alternatives. It might even be mounted in the other gun, but that's probably downstairs. I've got a Torx bit in here, but it's a T20. And this looks to be bigger. I'd imagine this to be a T25 or something. But I guess we kind of need to open this little package anyway. This is a cute little right angle ratcheting drive for screws. Yeah, little bit driver. Let's see if we got lucky here. Hey, it is. Okay. So I'll just put this on an extension. Trade these out. Hopefully that doesn't fall too far. Looks like we're good. And we'll just zip these out. We'll take all of them out. And we probably need somewhere to put them. I've got a little spare screw holder. So I'll just drop them in there. There we go. Now we're cooking. Another tray loose. That was loud. Sorry for your ears. I did better that time. All right. Just a few more screws to take out, but I think I can get these trays out of my way. These will come out of the room. There's no place to really hold these anymore. But I'm going to hang on to one so I can check flatness with it. And if it's really bad, we may bring those back and just set it on top. But I'm hoping the torsion table holds itself just fine. All right. Success. Throw these up here. I think that's all the screws. So I am going to just put this up. But usually that means I'm missing something. I have to get it back again later. So looking at the flatness of the table, it's not bad, actually. So I think we'll be just fine having taken these off. These were like an intermediate flattening layer for this table. But I think the table's going to hold up just fine. Feels pretty firm. Check flatness now. Yeah, no concerns there. Great. Saves me some effort, makes it a little more compact. Okay, so now we got a table we can work from. Before I put work on it though, let's see. It's actually not a terrible height now. Had we not taken out those 2.5 inches of trays, I think that would be a different matter. But we do have a super flat reference surface now that we can, I don't think we'd be building from this necessarily for like furniture or anything, but we want it to be flat for our laser. That is for sure. All right. I'd like to get the curtains situated. And to do that, I think I need this table kind of moved. Like put this modifier up on here. I may even take this, may disassemble that modifier and try to store it so it's not floating around. I'm going to save this other one because we might just get to use it. So my plan is to bring down these curtains, move our holder to the opposite side, and then see if we can mount everything from the back instead. Yeah, I'm just off camera there. Oh, we have another friend to lurk on. will let him know. Just so he's got that. All right. And we're back. I could turn our camera. I think that kind of works. I'll try to bring the remote with me. May even tilt it up. Honestly, I think the remote's working a lot better since we plugged it in separately from the dock. That was probably a dum-dum on my side. So I'm glad we've at least figured that out, because I used to have to hold the buttons for quite a while. Okay, so this connector, it's a super clamp that mounts to this Varipole. I'm just gonna flip it around. And get it situated on the back part here. Then I'm gonna swap out this hook, put it at a slightly different angle. It doesn't quite sit flat. That's how we have this set up, but it'll work okay. I just need to flip it so it holds the rod closer in instead of right by the wall. Okay, that's mounted. Before I leave this corner, I might see if I can't push this up here and leave it up. It may stay. I don't think these bulbs are gonna get hot. Yeah, they're 15 watt bulbs, and normally I don't even run them at their full setting. This side will be interesting because I have the table in the way. I can slide it though now. But I have it situated there. So I think we're gonna do a little move over here. I think this should work. And let's see what we can do here. It's a bit of a reach. But I got it off. I'm gonna go ahead and swap this while I have a hand on it. Welcome back, Star. We're still getting set up here. But we've made progress. We've cleaned some, which is good. I'm just mounting the curtains because I've been trying to mount them for like 2 weeks and I keep doing other things. But now is the time. All right, don't slip, please. I can't remember how far this extends. I bet we get more than what it is, so let me see if I can't actually slide this to the side. A little bit more. Okay, I think that works. And then I think we'll just move to the middle and extend this. How's everybody doing today? Zerodix was saying he's got work, which is a bummer on a holiday. But I appreciated him dropping by to say hello. Okay, don't think we'll quite reach yet. Oh, extend it there. Let's see. Ooh. Technically, that reaches. There's not much overlap. I would probably want to run something through there to hold one end. I think I will do that. Let me try to find a twist tie or something along that. Doing okay, was a little sick over the weekend, but feeling better after some extended sleep today. Just enjoying the holiday. Heck yes! Very nice. I'm doing good. I tried to turn off my work alarms this morning. Well, for this morning. Had them turned off last night. And the new phone doesn't like what I did, because now I have to save changes to alarms. It doesn't automatically update them. So one of my alarms went off and woke up the cat, and the cat was like, "Oh, it's time for breakfast. So everybody must wake up." So we got up earlier than we wanted to. I kind of got to sleep in a touch, but not the ideal. Is the pole okay to be not level, like in the middle, how it bends down? Or do you mean in the room not being level? We're not square to the camera. Like I can loosen. Oh, where is it? I think it's this side. I can loosen this, and we can square the poles up. I'm not square to the room in the other direction, so. It's a little closer. Yeah, they're probably not perfectly level too. It was a bit of a reach the time I was setting it up, but you have to tighten it from the middle. I think one day it'll make sense to push it all the way to the ceiling and gain back that extra space. But I can't be bothered yet. It's still nice to be able to grab what I need to. So I'm slightly on frame. I'm just running a twist tie through the very end of this, so that hopefully that stops it from moving side to side to the point that it could fall out. So I think that's a good little bit of insurance. All right. I'm gonna put this modifier up here. All right, let's see what we can do with these curtains. They're a little long, so it may be worth raising all this up. I mean, I could. I've been using the stool already. I might as well. Let's do that. I don't think it'll get the curtain all the way up, but it gets it off the floor more. So this will be a bit of a trick. Hopefully this goes well. Okay. So I'm keeping that kind of pressed open. And we'll lift to the ceiling and back a touch. And then I'll stretch the bar. And then get the clamp. Okay. Now the trick is to see if it's actually firmly in place. So I always go to one end and try to move it. We're good. Okay. That's nice. That actually cleans up a lot. for me visually. Sounds right about cats, yeah. Luna will stay snuggled in bed with you all day if you don't leave the bed. She really cares about solidarity. That's funny. Yeah, it's better than it's ever been. That's all I can hope for. I'm just worried this won't quite cover as much as I wanted. I don't really want to get another one. Also, the gap in the middle could get annoying, but we'll try to make this work. And then as soon as that's done, we can get this gosh darn table out of the way and get on with the start of things. I've been trying to figure out how to break up the background. And this was my best solution. I think if we're gonna bias one way, we better do it over here because we just made a table accessible to film at. So it probably makes sense that we'd have the gap over there. And it kind of hides the junk that I have behind. The old TV and stuff. Ta-da! We did a thing. It's mildly better. The cool thing I'm hoping for with it being semi-transparent and white is that if we blast it with more light, it'll kind of take the light in instead of just showing it. Obviously it'll show up easily, but now we kind of have colors that we can throw there. We could rig lights on there. That might actually be a really good excuse to get more of these lights. I'll show you what I'm thinking. I think this will reach over there. So we'll just Hollywood this for a sec. Oh yeah, it's under the thing that I put over there. This might work. But if I were to set lights up here, mounted off the Varipole, then you'd have some down lights and such. I think we're at 175, but I can set it to run through its colors. It's a little bright for the camera, but you gotta tell. Thank you, Star. Nice, you did that at your old apartment. You bought a bunch of sunset lamps and pointed it to your white curtain. Oh, over your glass door / window. Interesting. Good idea. All right, we got this set back. Drop the intensity. Yes. Yes. There we go. Let's compare. What does this look like if we put these on their low setting? It'll be interesting when I balance the light out better. Unfortunately, I can't turn these up too much. They start to flash. Like right there would be perfect. They just flash. I get a lot of fine control for its lower setting, but then it just flashes. It's not a, they're not dimmable, but I'm able to get a little bit. But for how we have the lighting set up in here so far, I think this works pretty well. Albeit bright, but I think that's kind of the look at the moment. So let me bring this over and down. We'll end up working in this corner soon enough. Just gotta sort out. I wonder if setting up lighting now makes sense to get it out of the way, or if I should wait until I got more stuff cleared. Probably wait. So I'll try to clean off more from this table. I do actually, maybe worth doing now, want to move these fairy lights to the back curtain because they don't show up, and I don't really need them lighting up the ugly shelves that are still very disorganized. So that might be something to do. Get some string or something. Hang it off the curtain. But yeah, it looks pretty good. I kind of like the creases. Maybe not the horizontal ones, but the vertical ones. They're kind of right. Looks like pleating. I need to start like a get rid of pile. Guess I'll just put this on top. Over there. This needs to leave the room. Put next to the other thing that needs to leave. This will be for laser projects, so we can put it there. Paintbrushes and crafting stuff. Stick up there. Have our little light from the webcam video. Does that even hang? No. Maybe it goes here. Yes. Okay, we've got camera odds and ends, a battery. It's a lot of odds and ends. Oh, there's all my not zip ties, but twist ties. We have another USB cable. I'll just put that there with the other ones. Got a mic holder. What's this? That's for the arm. I think I had a pile of instruction manuals somewhere. Do I still have that around? I'll drop that in this odds and ends. It'll be a little bit closer to it. And stickers. Sucks when you get down to the things you don't really know what to do with. This might be a fun prop. Bring that back over there. And then we have a light. And that. This can make its way back over here. Yeah, I think we could load up the shelf in here with some of this. And maybe even both of these things. What on earth is this? Phone extension. All of the odds and ends go together. Okay. We have a couple cables I need to get off the ground. Keeps
stepping on them. I should disassemble this old 3D printer. I stole the main board from it, which was an upgraded one, and tried to put... Ooh, bumped my camera. Tried to put various laser control software on it, and I just could not get it all to work. I got movement, but never anything really functioning properly. I did not understand what I was doing. So in the future, that'll be another project. See if I can push more out of that laser, although at this point we've come forward and come, you know, full circle so incredibly far that I now own the laser that I always wanted to own. So I guess that's kind of worked out in a way. All right, trying to get a tiny bit more room to stand. Those should go somewhere else, ideally. But for now, out of the way. Okay. Now we have a light. Box lid. Okay. These guys could go there. This might actually make sense somewhere in here. I'll just put it up on top. And maybe retrieve those. Darn printer. Maybe this will be a prop for a minute. My Ender 3. My third printer, I think it is. I had an ANET A8, and then I had a Tronxy something, a Core XY. And then I had the Ender very briefly, and then I got a Bamboo Lab P1P. And now I only have the P1P. It probably would work. I have not used it in quite a while. I will eventually. Okay, so that'll go there. This needs to come back. That might be useful to check on later. That goes there. These really need to go on the shelf. They're small electronics tools, soldering irons and resistors and such. I'll just stick them wherever I can for the moment. Not ideal, but better than stepping on it. That'll kind of work. This should go there. Now we have some navigation room. This table can just about come out. Over here, where did I leave the remote? There it is. There we go. So I'll be in this closet to the side. It's where I keep my lighting equipment and my camera dry cabinet. I also have some bags in here somewhere for the appropriate things. I need a little bit of water. So this one is a light box. That doesn't fit. This must be that same one back there. Okay, good. Thank goodness they label it all. So I need this one. No. Maybe this one. Oh, no. Definitely not. Dang it. There's a reason that was all the way where I couldn't get to it easily. So I'm trying to find the light case for that dome light sitting on the table. Oh, how did you go somewhere? Oh, I see. You're up there. I need to, before long, invest in some new modifiers. Just ones that are quicker to deploy, because my compensation at the moment has been to not close it at all. That's the biggest water bottle you've ever seen. It's a gallon. If you play Fortnite at all, it's my chug jug. Helps me not have to fill it as often, but more importantly, I will always have water to drink, is my thought. This is Victor Smith, and that is Amaran. So I think this is actually our softbox bag. And I really don't want to mix it up in case accidentally. You've seen those in Fortnite, yeah, the glowing blue jug. That's kind of the joke. It's the chug jug. I got it before I did the backyard stream. There's the bag. So it was really handy to have outside when I was sweating. Okay, so this is... Try to reset. Is it camera? Hello? It's giving up on me. Don't be so silly now. Why? You can literally see the remote lighting up. It is giving up. I wonder... No, I can't set it to track. Oh well. We'll come over and do it manually. Oh, this room's almost functioning. I know it doesn't look like it, but it's actually really close. And it's such a pain to move around in, as you can all see, that I desperately need to finish this. Okay. Get the camera situated a little better. So this bag has the brand name of the dome, and the dome has the same brand name, which is nice. But I can't tell that it's a dome very well because the shape of the bag doesn't really lead me to believe like it could just be anything in there. So eventually I will probably make some labels for all of these bags, which I think will actually be kind of fun and then also super handy. But I don't know if it's going to be worth it because I may look at getting some different ones pretty quickly. Okay, I'm going to leave that over there. We need to situate the printer somewhere. It may go on top of the orbit for the time being. Should be stable enough. Set our light over here too. Actually, we'll just get rid of them all. Now we can close the table. My goodness, this feels like victory to me. I didn't intend to start the stream with so much cleaning, but I kind of spied a goal that I've been working towards for weeks to months. Various stages within all that. That is such a relief. Not quite out of the woods yet, but we have made some progress. Oh, yeah, what's up about Enzoy? Is it still not working? I know you got the cable, the Ethernet cable, so hopefully that side of things was fixed. A lot of people have been having game issues. Not necessarily specific to that game, but all sorts of game issues. It seems like streaming is just the problem. If we all stopped streaming, we'd be able to play our games. Okay, now to bring more things out. We're gonna set up a light for the back because I feel like that could be a good spot to film. Let me actually turn this light off. I forget it, and it just stays on 24/7. So I've got a nice stand that'll grab out. Maybe one day we'll consider, actually maybe it's worth considering really quickly. I do have a heavy duty boom, a wall mounted boom, but I don't have a lot of wall space. I don't want to mount it over there necessarily. I maybe could though. It'll cut into storage space on the shelf, but the shelves can move. Not that I really expect them to. They're kind of in a good spot for now. I don't want it on the back wall, and I don't want it on the front. I don't think I want it on the front wall. Let's maybe see how far this can extend, because it's got like double sections. Okay, well, 8 feet? Just about. I mean, that's 7. 6.5, 7 feet already. So, let's see. Star says, so even with all the changes Croker suggested and the troubleshooting with the help of ChatGPT, etc., turns out the game settling down. Oh, it's a Lenovo issue. Okay, the laptop itself has a fail-safe with energy use when the even when the changes are better, there's an innate energy fail-safe and you can't shut it off. And since it's a laptop, you generally can't take
on a certain amount of load, so getting a PC would correct the issue. I hate that that's such a solution. Like, I have some limited performance on my stream PC, so I just dream of the day that I get to upgrade it. But yeah, unfortunately now is such a terrible time to build, and it's probably only getting worse. And I hate giving companies 300 to 400% of what they deserve. So this wouldn't reach the back wall. I guess that's not surprising, but it nearly reaches, goes about past halfway. So if I put it halfway into the room, then I would have pretty good coverage. But the dilemma of where to mount. My walls in here are plaster and lath with drywall put over top to cover all the cracks, I'm assuming. And that has resulted in the two stud finders I have not working very well. So I've had to guess. But the light poles I have over here, maybe my remote will work. Apparently not. Maybe we turn it off. We turn it on. Okay, that worked. So on the wall over here are two boom arms. This one and the one back here. And even used, these were each more expensive than this heavy duty one that I bought. And I bought the heavy duty one brand new, which is annoying, but that is life. The problem is I can't reach much higher than this. So I don't really ever want the controls. Yeah, I guess controls is a word. The levers and things being out of reach. Like if I were to mount it up there. And then I don't want to mount a third one below because the angle of it, then I can't walk under over here. Then I lose headspace and I have to duck, and I don't want to duck. But the other option is to mount it over there along that wall, and I can just patch holes when I go to paint the room. Or the final boss is to just get, let me see if I can reset you. Now the remote doesn't want to work again. There we go. Silly thing. So what might work for now is just setting out a stand and working with that. And now I can actually push it all the way back to the wall. But the problem is that now there's a stand in frame. Like there's this stand, which is necessary to be able to get over there and do stuff. Oh, I hate it. I hate decisions. I do have my little step stool. So if I added a third light deal over here, I could reach it easily. But I don't think having 3 makes a lot of sense. And it still wouldn't reach that corner. So I'd have to mount it over there. Let's maybe look at that briefly. If I trust the stud finder pretty quickly, then maybe we go for it. If not, we'll set up a C-stand to do the lighting that I want to set up back here, which is really going to be semi-permanent. Because I think back here is going to become a space that I work from. I can move the shelves as needed. Let me frame this. Or even if because the remote keeps giving up on me, I could just tell it to track.
There. Okay. So this will be kind of funky. The vintage aesthetic, CRT, all that. But with AI tracking. So it should still be able to pick me up decently. Yeah. I think that might work. Maybe I can dive into the settings real quick. There's a way of telling this. That zoomed in. Let's say normal. I recalled there was a way to tell it how much headroom, but this seems to work okay. Yeah, it is cool, Star. It's kind of why you would buy these webcams, beyond the fact that they can be controlled. It's like having someone operating, but for some reason it wants to focus on my ass. Okay, thank you. Stupid camera. I know what this camera likes. There is just enough room, and I do see a seam, like maybe there's drywall there, and I see it on the other side. That's also where the window is, but that should also be where there's studs. So that kind of checks out. Oh my god, camera. See, this is why I was trying to find the headroom setting so I could tell it to look up more and not just stare at my ass. Camera like dead ass. God damn it. Maybe if I tell it upper body, it'll zoom in and stay on that. It looks like a security camera. It's a little bit trippy. And I really don't have the... What is it doing? It's like it's nodding at me. Hello, this is a face. I created my own CCTV cam. Yeah. It might just be a bad spot. It's very dimly lit in here, to give it credit. I think if I turn my head away, I'm kind of side-eyeing the camera. It's kind of, we'll just leave it for a second and then I'll turn around and see. Oh my god. It's so bizarre. It's cool. It's really cool, honestly. I should use it more often, and I'll be able to. But it's a bit much. I'm not sure why it was thinking all of that. Ah, I can tell it to target a particular zone, so I can give it degrees of freedom, which is cool. I guess we'll try normal tracking again. But I've turned it up to sport mode. I don't know that that's going to help us, but kind of tentatively walking around now. Checking it every 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, I see it. I see it. All right, so I needed to grab the stud finder. Worst case, I just tell it to look over here. But for the moment, it seems to be working okay. So I happen to have my stud finder, which, there's things in the way, mostly shelves. So I think we do some more sorting here and try to get some room made. only a couple things fell. It's not so bad. And then I might just move this cart out of here. Get out of here. Are we still... Oh, it lost me. Hello. All right, we're gonna turn track off. Yeah. Act natural. That's so true. I guess, yeah, I could zoom in some. Okay. Anyway, I wonder if this is out of battery. Oh. It takes AA's. I've got those. I got, so when we moved into this house, it came with these Google Nest smoke alarms. And I'd always intended to get some nice rechargeable batteries for them. So I bought a bunch of the really nice IKEA ones. Why is it not turning on? Oh, I'm supposed to put it on the wall first. And then it turns out those fire alarms actually require a very specific type of battery before they even work, before they even turn on. And I didn't feel like it, so I threw them away. But now I have a ton of these rechargeable batteries, which I'm kind of psyched for. I mean, that's not a great start. It's like it does not have any power. Thought I'd charge these up. Maybe they're not good enough. Alright. Yet another delay. Okay. Well, that's two different brands. I probably shouldn't mix and match. Go with that. I'm not even in frame. You can't even see my hairline. But I'm getting new batteries for this. There, okay. Now, for the first time. There we go. Can you see that clearly? Somewhat. So it kind of makes sense, but yeah, there is 1 to 2 studs there, which makes sense. It should frame out the window. So next step is to see what our boom arm looks like, which it honestly, oh, it does have some holes that are narrower. I was like, it doesn't have holes that are spaced for this, but it does. It's got really large holes for like lag screws or something, but I think I could make that work. I'm debating disassembling this. Like, can we swivel this enough to the side? Again, just realized I'm not on camera. Hey, finally pick the remote up first try. Good, okay. It might be worth trying to take this apart. Then again, would it? Do I have the right tools to hand? Because I don't have any ratcheting wrenches. I've got a socket set in here, but not wrenches. I guess we could take off the boom arm portion. It wouldn't gain us any access to the plate behind to make it easier to mount, but at least that weight won't be there, so we can hold it up easier. And I'll probably, I don't know that I have a level to put on it, but it would kind of make sense to do that. Let me see, I've got my ratchet set down here, I thought. Maybe not. Up here, yes. Let's see if I have one small enough. I have some duplicates of tools, or I have some tools that are just smaller sizes, but I haven't located them yet. It'll be worth finding. We might go old school here with some channel locks. Kind of hate to, but such is life. Of course, we need to hold it from behind. Now it's turning into what I didn't want it to turn into, which is a pain in the ass. Let me see. I'll have to open the window too. It's getting warmer in here. It's only like 18 degrees outside today. But of course this room heats up. All right, let's try looking in here. Nope. We'll look in this box of tools. I've got something that might work, but nowhere really to put it. Yeah. It's like 3/8. Oh well, I think we'll just use the wrong tools. One day, the project room will be set up for projects, and all this can happen on the fly. Oh, come back. Drop the washer. There's two, aren't there? Yeah. Little spacers. All right, that's the bottom support out. Make sure the camera hasn't done anything weird. Not yet. Drop exposure a touch on the camera. Maybe that's a touch better. All right, now for the top mount. struggling here. The bottom part came out very easily. The top is fighting me. Oh, I see. So it doesn't align the same. It doesn't have the same spacers because it's wider. That also means it's stretched and it does not hold the same. All right, come on, thread out. Okay, and there. Haha! We have separated the arm. Ads are starting shortly, it tells me. Just a heads up for you guys. So, with all of this in the right place, now I've gotten this much lighter, I can hold it up as I frame this. Then I think I can just bend the mount out of the way. It's awfully tight, but I can manage that. Yeah, that's the right way. So yeah, we'll center it up on the line. We'll, I guess we could drill, we could put 3 screws. Do we need to, I don't know that we really need it. Oh, we do want to pre-drill. The plaster is incredibly dense. It's basically concrete. So I have masonry bits. I don't need to use a hammer drill, but the masonry bits are pretty essential. Because they do not wear down the same. They are meant for ceramic and brick and stone. Okay. Now I'm debating. I probably want to vacuum. It would make sense to avoid an absolute mess. So I'm going to set that up, and then if I can remember, I will mute the mic just before or whenever the vacuum runs. So I avoid blasting your ears. But that should work. Now I just need to kind of get a mark. So I think I'm planning on using 3 out of the 8 holes for the top and bottom, and I'll stagger the outsides out a little bit, maybe. As much as I can, at least. So I'll center this. Give myself as much height as I think I can manage. And then I'm going to leave a line, like a mark. Up top. And that looks like it should line up. Now I can pre-drill that and hopefully hang this from it and get it level. Hey, okie dokie. Welcome in. I'll give you a heads up on what we got going. We're gonna mount my heavy duty boom arm on the wall back here so that we can hold a soft box over this table. This table's gonna become our project table in the back, I think. I think it'll be nice to keep the middle space really open. So we've been cleaning so far as preparation, and now we're sidetracked again, as happens. But the new light that I got, the RGB Ray 60C from Amaran, we're gonna take it apart. We'll have a disassembly there. I might take the opportunity to disassemble something else so I can order parts for it, and then we'll loop back to it. Those are the 2 things to get us started, and then we'll probably be doing some paper crafting projects. So now we get looking at a delayed version of stream, maybe I'll point this light up so it's not directly on my butt. When I'm there, it's a little awkward. But yeah, that's what I got going. Hopefully you're doing well. Happy to see you in here. I'm gonna mute the mic because I'll be using a vacuum. Oh yeah, the S70 has a mute function. I double press the button and it mutes the new mic. That's what we're on today. All right, got that started. Realized I need to get some screws prepped. I've got a bunch of these. I don't think I have I do have the bit, actually. So maybe I try this out. These are just wood screws. But I found a bit earlier that fits. So Torx 20. We'll just use that on a nice extension. All right, let's see how this seems to go in. I wasn't able to drill very far. Yeah, that's not very helpful. Let's look at a longer screw, which I think I have some. Not that much longer. But let's see if this catches anything. It did. And I do have some screws that are a touch longer than that too. So maybe there's 2 layers of drywall or something. Some wackadoodle like that. We need 6 screws. And I need the longest ones out of here. Which is like one of these? What the heck? All the rest of these are kind of short. Okay. I guess we roll with it. I don't think I have other sets of screws. This is all of my screws. I haven't needed the really long screws since forever, so I guess it kind of makes sense that I've used them up or misplaced them. These all have the right head. They do. Okay, so now I'll mount the back plate And are we going to be able to do this? I think we can just sneak that by. Not really. I have a different extension that we'll use. That'll fit a little bit tighter. All right. Is that my longest one? No, okay. So now I need to figure out how to get this level. I guess the best case would have been if I remounted it. Because I could even then make sure I'm not setting this too high, which is a consideration. Let me look at that quickly. If this is set up there, I think that should work. And then lowest setting would be somewhere in there. So we should be halfway decent. We can mount the light from underneath if needed. Alrighty, that's progress. Now for a level. Oh, I have one. I was like, I thought I had one. I was kind of just looking around. Good. I'll maybe draw a line beside it once I find level, and then I don't have to hold the level up there anymore. This will be a little bit challenging. Might have to draw left-handed, we'll see. Okay, so now I've got a level on it. This looks like it should work okay. Got the screw just tight enough that it kind of holds its place. That looks pretty good to me. Let's draw a line as a reference. Take the level out. I draw another line because it did not draw the first time. That's better. And then I'm gonna fill these circles in. I'll try to turn this. Oh my goodness. Definitely preset with a lot of tension here. Okay, that might work. Line everything up again. Pretty close, I think. Right about there. Actually just gonna guess the middle. Oh, that's not quite it. The guessing does not work well. Okay. Now, I have to put that back. Okay, good. I think it's time for the window. Kind of been holding off, but getting a little too toasty. Okay. So this needs to roll. That could probably leave the room. Got a little noise in, but we need the airflow at this present moment. Okay, and we've got a fan on. Ooh, that'll help. That actually helps a lot. Some nice sub-freezing air. Alrighty, I'm gonna mute because we're gonna drill some more. All right. I'm not really that confident that we hit the studs there. It's kind of disappointing. One of these screws, one of the spots I drilled it seemed to just shoot all the way back, but we'll try it. I think I'll put the longest screw for the top. Should give us the most support. Let me give this a try. Alrighty. Seemed like it tightened down pretty good. Good sign. Get the next screw in here. Ah, okay, good. Try the bottom. Yeah, the bottom doesn't do anything. It might just be between the studs, if there were studs there. That one's pretty good though. I guess I'm glad I'm doing all of these, or as many as I can. My God, this thing is stiff. That's what she said. Okay. Good. All right, it's something. It might be mounted. Slide that off. That's convenient. So the top's already up there. The bottom needs threaded in, which is kind of a pain in the butt. I've got all those bits here. Those are the tools. Get the vacuum out of here. Handy vacuum. W vacuum. All right. I think, do we do the bottom first, or do we, I guess we try to straighten this out at least. Man, that does not want to freaking move. They really tighten the crap out of that. Maybe we do the top, which is almost impossible to reach. Do as I say, not as I do. Do not improperly use step stools. It's not worth it, kids. This is going to be a challenge. Good grief, it is. I don't even know. Where the heck it's supposed to be? Having a little trouble finding the hole. Har. Oh, got it. This freaking midpoint is right in the way where I can't reach. Okay, that's better. Okay, that's threaded through. Luckily, these washers are steel, so I'm going to steal a magnet and they're really not that attracted to this magnet. What on earth? Why would they have stainless? I'm assuming it's a stainless washer then. It's bizarre to me. Okay. Yeah, I can't reach that. I've dropped it. I give up. This side does not get a washer. Actually, I have washers. And steel ones too. Ones that'll stick to a freaking magnet. So we'll grab those. Oh, goodness. So happy to have the fan on. All right, which size do we want? We'll do these. Work. Does it stick to a magnet? Yeah, it sure does. Good. You won't comment on not finding the hole. I know what I said. It's weird that it turns that way, but at least now I have this washer stuck to a magnet and I can fit the magnet up alongside. Hopefully. Ish. Kind of. Sort of. Yeah, no. The idea's there. The execution so far has been pretty piss poor. Come on, damn it. Oh, you bitch. Maybe. It's just not quite. That's annoying. Where I need the washer, it wants to slide out of the way about 2 millimeters from successfully getting in place. There. Oh, is it too far back now? God dang it. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Did we get it though? Did we get it? We caught it. We caught the new washer. How to get it to freaking... What on earth? On my tippy toes, on the handle of the step stool, and everything is fighting me. For the love of God. Come on. It's like it binds up so you have to thread the screw through, and then you go to thread it when you think it's all lined up and it doesn't thread anymore. So then you go to push it, and then it doesn't push through. So the spot it has to go in, as far as I can line it up and tell, is where it's bound up, so I can't turn it by hand. That's incredibly annoying. I think I regret taking this off. You know what? I'm gonna give it half a second. We're gonna step away from it for just a second. Hopefully not lose that freaking washer, because that already took 5 minutes of pain. There was a box earlier that I moved that I'm recalling may have the sockets I need. Okay, it's got Allen keys, paint or brushes. We'll look in here. Some laser materials. Oh, all kinds of organized stuff. That's awesome. Just not the thing I need. Hell yeah. Good otherwise, though, because I found some cool stuff. Okay. Cool, whatever. Well, all right then. Hey, Jucifer. Welcome in. We are sidetracking ourselves time and time again, per normal, for for my streams. But setting up a light in the back. We're on two cameras. There's two cameras looking at me now. There's the main corner camera, the webcam. That's displayed on a CRT screen. Then I have a camera filming the CRT screen to give it kind of the vibe, I guess. Thought it'd be fun for now as we're setting up. Plan to use it all later, but we'll see how time goes. At the moment, I'm struggling to get this part threaded together that I took apart earlier. It is fighting me 100%. Okay, phone, Jesus Christ. Just responding to something there, and then I think we got another buddy to lurk up. We do just roll through these tabs, make sure we're still good. Lost 1, 2, 3. All right. Good. To get that queued up. Okay. I like that. The in Chrome, how you can set tabs to groups. If you're a big lurker, that is super awesome. Just put all your lurks on that tab, and then you can close it down to 1. Go on with your day, and then just check it periodically. That's actually awesome. Okay, back to the sketchy shit. The annoying, painful process of trying to get all this to frickin' line up. Oop. Please don't drop that washer. Again. Ooh. Dang, I almost did. Okay. All right. Continuing on now. Can't really lean on anything up here. I guess the top of the shelf, maybe. So is this the middle? Where is it? I think that where it lines up. So we'll try to tighten that from here. I was hoping to find my small socket set so I don't have to sit here with channel locks with my butt towards camera. I really can't tell if this is, it's like it won't thread by hand because it binds up, and then when you try to thread it with another tool it doesn't move. This is an interesting predicament. Very frustrating indeed. Let's see if I can get this to bend. Okay. Fall down, why don't you? Now how the fuck? This just does not line up. I swear I took it apart a minute ago and it was fine. Don't lose that screw for fuck's sake. I don't understand. If I could trust it with thread, I'd sit here and use the channel locks. But looking at it, it does not thread. I don't get it. All right, we're gonna move the stool a bit closer. Please don't fall, please don't fall. Yeah. Everything came apart easily because you could see it all, and then you go to mess with it again and it's non-existent. I know the washer is big enough. Like it's not just getting stuck in the washer. I don't think it could possibly do that. Oh, for fuck's sake. There goes everything else that I had up here. Could that be it? Could it just not be threading through the washer? I'm kind of out of ideas. I don't know what it could be otherwise. I think that's it. I think it just doesn't fit through the washer. Yeah. How about that? That's pretty crazy. I put a washer on that was so perfectly sized it would start over the end of the bolt, and that was it. So, challenge number one that we have before us is the nylock nut fell. I really don't care about the washer so much as the nut. And I have no idea beyond the fact it went down. So now begins the hunt. Well, I found a magnet with a random screw on it. It's cool. How have you been, Jucifer? I don't think I've seen you get to any streaming, but have you been playing on micro server at all? I have. I don't even know if I've played Minecraft in weeks. Oh, it's very cool down here with the breeze from the window. Okay, well, I'm about to give up on that because the most obvious spots did not have anything. Trying to think if I have kits that might have nuts in them. We'll look at that next as our backup plan. So yeah, I didn't think I was gonna screw myself with the nut. Oh, I just said that out loud. Didn't mean like that. Didn't think I was gonna screw myself with the washer. Okay, we've got a set of assorted nuts. Okay, we have 2 sets of that. Wish it was assorted nylock nuts. I'd feel a lot better if I had the dang thing. It may turn up one day. I could get another one. Not everything falling over now. I actually don't know if these are gonna fit. Depends on the threading. You've popped in a few times. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Have you been able to play any Minecraft? Anymore? I was kind of hoping I could get to that today. Get to do a little bit of that, but with how this has gone, I don't know if we're gonna get anything done. This doesn't look like the right thread pitch. Nope. It's not. Well, shit. Oh, there it is. Haha. It fell up here. Okay. I still need a washer. Oh. But that's really the main gist of it. These are way too large. That doesn't even make sense to use. Or that. What did I use? Did I take it out? Better close that. All right, here's my washers from earlier. Imagine they're all the same size. Like there's not one that's just slightly bigger that might fit. But I gotta try. Yeah, dang. Yeah, there's no way that was ever gonna fit. Well, I dropped the other washer and I don't want to fabricate this one at all. So we're gonna go with it. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. now for, honestly, the annoying part. The bottom. How are we going to get that fixed on there? Come on now. That should be loose. That's as far in as it goes. I see. Okay. That's pretty close. Okay, almost the home stretch. Where's my other piece? I need like 18 feet of bubble wrap right now just to pop and keep my nerves. Not my nerves, but my temper down. This has gotten annoying. Luckily, most everything in here is much cleaner. So I can actually walk around this space and, well, I say that, I'm still tripping over everything, but I can feel it getting really close to being good. Where on earth have I laid down this last bolt assembly? I know I reassembled it, and it's not up there. We left the top together. It's the one with the spacers. And now I've sidetracked so hardcore that I'm blanking on what I actually did with it. Missed. Huh. Cool. That's annoying. Sidetracked on the sidetrack while you're trying to sidetrack. Did I bring it up with me? I might have put it up top, which in retrospect is an absolutely horrendous idea, given how tenuous that lid was mounted. And now it's fallen, probably, along with those other important parts. Nothing better. I guess we look for it. Well, it's not there. Didn't happen to land in there. Not there. Don't think it could have gotten there. Just looking here. I don't see it in there. Okay. I don't see how it could have gotten very far. This lid to this box is ever so slightly open. I can't possibly imagine it managed to fall in there, but I guess we better look. Yeah, I don't see it in there.
And trying to collect titles like side quests. There's nothing like a random side quest. Yeah.
Been hopping in a server during the late evening. Nice. I'll have to join before too long. I've hardly, this last week, I don't think I've played very much in the way of games. I played a little bit of Fortnite here and there, but usually for just an hour or so. Okay. Frustration Nation. I guess it could have bounced off of something and come backwards, which is possible and extremely annoying. So I guess I start looking over here. What are the odds there then? What an unfortunate turn of events. Checked all that. That has nothing it could hold on. I don't think it could have bounced all the way back there. So then it would have kept going down. Maybe I heard it land on the glass. In which case... well, it's not there. Could it have gone all the way back here to this terribly disorganized blue box of despair? I do see an alternative. A really crappy solution that we might do. But I have to investigate just in case. I gotta get this box out of here. It's not doing anything. Okay, it's not in there. Doesn't appear to be behind it. Not underneath. Okay, so we're gonna stick a screw through it. And call it a day with that. Not ideal at all. But I guess it probably won't go anywhere. Yay! We installed it. First try. Just making sure I haven't misplaced it somewhere. I guess when it does turn up, it'll be really easy to install. Because the screw I threw in there is not staying. Ooh! I see a washer. So I found the washer. What could that imply? Could it have rolled maybe. Now I'm looking again, dang it. Ooh. Let me get this. Might be worth checking back here in case it did roll. Nah, I don't see it. Okay. Well, I'll throw this washer up.
I mean, we could install the washer now.
I guess. Why not? Do some part of this, right? Oh, I see it. I found it. Oh my God. I found the washer. Or the bolt stack. Oh my God, it was out of my sight. Because I've been standing so close. Okay. Sometimes you just have to give up on the thing and move on. And then you're going to find some things. Okay. Remembering, for chat, I've put this up on the whiteboard in case I lose it again in the next 5 minutes. I'm going to install the washer proper like behind this top nut. Okay, we're close. Focusing here. Don't want to drop the nut after having just managed to find it. Okay. Now all we have to do is tighten that top. Then the top is done. About 90% factory. Okay, I'm going to take the bottom screw out now. Very good. And now I get to hate myself for the next 5 minutes as I struggle to install all this crap. Because of this, luckily there's a little more gap, actually. I can maybe hold some of this with the tool. Lay this out inside a lid that will not fall. And get the first parts lined up. That's pretty easy. Whoa. That's annoying as hell. Just have to get that started, which we did. Success. Oh, not at all. Never mind. This is good. Good, trial on my patience today with how this thing is gone. And I did this to make it easier for myself, I thought. Nope. Did not make it easier, that's for sure. Well, I guess I don't know the alternative. Could have been way worse, maybe. We'll go with that. I actually saved myself so much effort. All right. I just need to thread that to the very edge. Get the little nylon spacer, some pliers, and hope there's enough gap to get this in there with the pliers. Okay, I think it's bound up. So I'm gonna take the pliers out and try to push the washer into a spot where it can. Ah! Oh, I dropped it, but I caught it between my fingers. Okay, try again. Wonder where my Leatherman is. It's a little bit narrower. Guessing that is the place. Jam it up again. I'm gonna push. I think we got the washer on. The spacer, I should say. We did. Oh my goodness, my calves are burning. But we have successfully gotten the spacer through. Now for the washer on the outside, the nylock nut. Ah, home stretch. This has been quite the feat. All right, we did it. No broken ankles from improper step stool use. Ooh. Success. All right, now we get to test out how this thing works. So this is part of our height adjustment, as would this be. So we can bring it all the way down to there with the shelf. We could go between the shelves. Potentially, that maybe would have been a good consideration if I could have done that. And then it smoothly goes all the way to the ceiling. So let's bring this about there. Keep that tight, loosen this. And this doesn't index in any way. I think some of these others do. That's maybe a good thing to notice, consideration. Okay, we're gonna grab a light. Yeah, I think we do one of the small rig lights. The RC220. I'll put this back by its box. Hello. And I think I'll just unplug it for now while we rig this up. Okay, so here's the consideration. Do we mount this on the end? And then point it down? I'm actually gonna put some weight on this. I need to make sure it's not gonna just break. So I've got this snugged. Yeah, I think we're absolutely fine. So now I'm gonna get our height. Snug that up. That might be the most compact way to do it. And the most supporting, because I'm going to have the weight of a modifier on there. I think that's the way to do it. So let's bring this in, actually. And, whoa. Support, estimate the middle. Well, we'll just go with that. That is really incredibly stiff. Okay. We'll lower... Actually, I'm going to loosen this and extend our lower support arm. Not all the way, just so there's some overlap still in those two tubes. But this moves the control out for me. Can't tell which part's sliding. Okay, it's sliding back into the tube. And I got that quite tight. So that's actually less strength. Interesting. So I'm going to retract that all the way. Tighten that back up. I guess maybe I wouldn't have known anyway because it was jammed all the way tight. So I do kind of wonder now if it's just going to slide without an obscene amount of tension, then what's the point of it extending? This is so... I hate it. I hate how tight that is. I'm going to have to loosen that at some point. It's just going to loosen the screws over time. It's ridiculous. Hard to get at, too. Okay, so now we have the light, which I've said about 5 times because I keep getting distracted. Let's bring it down, and we'll put our modifier on it. So this is going to be a, they call it a light box. Aperture light box 3120. It's just this shape, rectangle. I have a diffusion layer on the outside, and then a grid. The diffusion helps soften the light. The grid... Can this actually come out? Yeah. Okay. The grid reduces light spill. So I'm just going to line up the mount kind of with the way that I think it needs to go. Tighten it up. And it's not going. This part here is getting in the way. So I'm going to loosen this. Tilt the light up. Lower this. Then try to mount it. I wonder if they make a Bowens extender, like a Bowens to Bowens coupler. That would probably solve this problem. Okay, that's locked in. Now I can let the lights... Oh yeah, no, it works great. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna leave this loose so we can twist the modifier. Doesn't seem to want to move too much. Okay. And I'm going to tilt it back down. I think that's going to work. Velcro this back up. And then position this close to where I want it. So this would actually turn that way. Let's see what we've got. I wonder if I have this swiveling mount up against a limit. I want want to check that. Nope, it moves. Moves just fine. Hello. There it goes. Okay, so you're gonna go over there. My arms are getting tired. Oh boy. So, swivel. There you go. And that height actually isn't terrible. Just need this to pivot down, which is gonna be perfect. Yes. Yes. All right. Some minor success. Cool. This might actually look pretty dope. Yay! All right, where's our... Don't know if I want this... Where I want to plug this in. There is actually a plug along the back wall. And that was going to be one of the perks of cleaning some of this up. I could maybe get at it a little bit better. But right at the moment, that's going to be a little tough. I've got that outlet. Let's... Oh, where did I put those three position? There. I've got these little breakout deals for the outlets. So use this extension cord that's underfoot. Turn it into 3 ports. Now we have power for this. So I think we will string it along. Got some little Velcro ties. So we'll say it runs up between the shelves. Then over to the arm. Definitely need to hold it out here. So we'll throw one mostly around here. We'll need one right at the back. I think we can just have this run over the handle. Save a Velcro tie for something else. There's that. Okay, now we can plug this in. Now I really need to get the app for these lights. I meant to do that earlier, actually. Okay, so we can swing this. Man, that kills me. Turn it on. Set a little bit warmer. Actually, yeah, warmer, 32. Dial the intensity down a little bit. Brightness. Let's set it up a touch. Okay. Now we have an overhead light. That was a lot of work, but at least it's permanent in a way. We don't have to set it up every time. It'll always work. Yada, yada, yada. My goodness. Okay. I'm ready to move on. Good call, me, on opening the window. That would have been hell. All right, we can pack this up, but we'll probably lay it there because we're gonna need it, I'm sure. Drop my curtains. But leave that. Something like that. Why does that want to fall? Why are you like this? Cool. All right. That can go under. Huh? We have some floor space, folks. All right. Okay. Very nice. What else is in here? Rings. This is the soft box. This must be the big soft box. Yeah, it is. Okay. We may actually install that if need be. But right at the moment, this is looking pretty good. I'm gonna try to steal back my rolling chair. Stool is another word for that. Stash this light somewhere. Maybe we use it, maybe we don't. For this setup, I think we can start moving this. Keeping an eye on the camera that it's hooked to. I think if we're gonna do the overhead spot, maybe it would be a light for me, or would it be a light for the table? I think for me. So we'll bring it out more. So yeah, this boom arm doesn't fully roll, which is nice. It's basically keyed. Okay. This is the widest beam. Yeah. 40 degree. So now there's a little spotlight for moi. I think. Also my shoulder. Interesting. I think I need to lower the legs on this table by one. Hopefully this goes well. Last button. Okay. Yeah. Something like that. Okay, you can't tell on there. That's good. I was gonna say I look
tiny. Sitting low over here. So now I need to start getting my brain wrapped around this next part, which is setting up back here for filming. So we've got lights, which actually look good. We've got a table surface to work on that I'm not worried about it falling off. So other big bonus there. We've got an outlet back here, but it's blocked just at the moment. Kind of a my fault type deal. This cart is getting handy to just throw things on and forget about. Alright, I can put... Dang it. Snap where it goes. Put this back. And put this back. Okay. I like that. This is a lot less imposing in the room. And we could put it up on a wall. Like disassemble this, put it up on a wall, and get our floor space if we had to do some green screen in here. That would probably work. I'm excited. This is kind of coming together. So we're gonna look at this light, and we're gonna disassemble probably the fan that is keeping me cool at the moment. And I think to do it all, we should probably get the window a little bit more closed. We need to set up cameras, so it might be time to drop the CRT. I think we'll do that. So we're gonna go out of CRT mode here. So I'm just gonna start OBS virtual camera. Then we'll enable it. Ha! Look at that. That's actually really cool. The quality difference between our CRT film screen and reality. Ah, that's fun. Okay, now we'll turn off our capture card. And I'm gonna just pull that out so we're not worried about it anymore. And then turn my camera off. So it's not draining batteries. The same. Put that back. And we won't film with this immediately. That might be a later thing. But we're gonna try to use a webcam. So let me maybe split. I can't split with the same setup. So we'll just be over here. We might do tracking here for a bit. So I need to set up a camera. And how much cable do we have? Eesh, not a lot. I wonder if it's worth adapting this. I want a top-down cam over here. And I want it to be a webcam because I want it to be easy. We could do Droid Cam, but one of my spares is going away soon. So I'm going to unplug this. Well, quite simply, I don't think that's going to reach over everything. So I think that's the ticket, is we bring it back down. Is it still tracking me all the way down here? No, it lost me. Hello? So we'll bring this all back. Ow. Okay. And then I'm going to unplug it so we don't have a little weight of all that cable there. Put this stupid box away. Maybe we close that too. Why not? Might be nice. Still tracking. Good. All right. This, I'm just going to flip over. Something like that. And extend way out there. Should be good with the soft light. I don't think we'll have a shadow, but that could be a thing. There is a little shadow. Do we want? We can kind of turn this too. Extend it towards our subject and all that. It's actually too far, so let's do that. Now when I think about this, it's not going to be, well, we're only going to use part of the frame actually. Well, do we want full frame, full screen? That might be worth thinking of. So I almost need a bracket, like a 90-degree bracket. I don't know that I have one. So what do we do then? Because the camera is going to look down, but it's going to be vertical. I guess if it's 4K, then we just crop into the width of that and call it a day, call it good. So let's go with the simplest setup now. See how it looks. Okay. And we'll run this down across the floor instead of up overhead. Back to our dock. Plug it in, and everything's gone crazy. All right, well, come on back, camera. Hello? Camera? It's pointing straight down. All right, give up on that. Come on. Okay. How'd it get so freaking crooked? What on earth? I must have pulled the cable too tightly. All right. Oh, for frick's sake. You have to do everything twice, apparently. Okay, out that angle. Really snug it down. That's loose too. Okay. Retightened everything there. Let's get some water. And then see if our switcher works.
Okay. This might be passable. I'm going to center my light up. Just by pulling it back. And we'll tilt it maybe. I don't know. Getting confused again. Thank you, camera. So that seems to work. Can it still track? No, it's going to constantly crop in. Interesting. All right. So I think we'll adjust this back for lower light. And see what this looks like now. That's a pretty good overhead. Not gonna lie. I want it more centered there. So we need to extend or slide this, which we've got room to extend, so let's do that. And how does this look? Okay, we're way too far. Let's bring it back. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. We're up there. Okay. What happened? Turn, that's what happened. A little finicky. Would be nice to have it up on the Varipole. So that's center to me. And that's a little bit off. So I think our camera's looking down slightly. That's maybe not too bad. We've got our side light, which we can turn way down. That'll give shadows to things. Not that we're seeing from that angle very well. I think we can lose some light with the overhead. Oh! Yeah, no, that's okay. What does it look like when I'm sitting here? Is it just my legs? Not too bad. So I guess it would just be a... Does top down need to be, from my perspective? I don't think so. I could roll it in post. But looking at it right now, I'm not so sure. Good to know we can set this up though. If nothing else. We could have the laser plotter here. And, you know, work with it. So we've got the spot for me, the fill way back there we don't probably need. Turn down the spotlight. Oh, it's already at 5%. Okay. Well, I think we just need to get our lights on an app. That's next. Okay, I would like to see... Alrighty, well... Whatever there. Let's see what we got. For the small rig lighting app. Is it really just the small go-go? That's not it. Equipment name. RC220. Hundred lights. Oh, it's already connected to them. Those are my lights. It's just the picture's the old model. That's why it confused me. Huh, that's actually pretty simple. I've had this on the wrong thing for a minute. There we go. I guess we'll upgrade firmware. Yeah, it looks like it's a syncing issue. Select the device. Yes. What on earth? Select a device to upgrade the firmware. Well, it doesn't show up as an option. Their app sucks so far. Mainly because I can't click. That's like a... I like having the buttons in Android at the bottom of the screen. I'll just go for navigation. Whoa. Okay. I'll go with gesture navigation. Yeah. So that gets rid of the lines. The lower selection, which the app wasn't accommodating for. So getting that set up. Okay, add equipment. Maybe it's... Okay, found 2 devices to upgrade. And then it shows me I can't upgrade it. So that's interesting. Looks like I can set stuff up. It was cool to see something about the teleprompter in there. Okay, so equipment list. I don't want to search for anything. I want to use it. So... Wow, this is going to get annoying. The button placement is interfering with the navigation of the app. Like it's interacting with system navigation. At present, I cannot seem to... Yeah. Thank you. Food. I can't currently get this working. I'm going to turn the fan off. Off.
Weird. Okay. Shortcut panel. All devices on, off. So not connected yet. So lights, power supply, microphone. Microphone's been connected. There's this. Okay. But it says unbound. So if I select this, what happens? Sync preference reminder, you have not set the data synchronization mode. Okay. So now we're in the light. Cool, actually. Finally. This took a long time. But I've got brightness control. This is our spotlight. Holy. Pretty responsive. Responsive enough. So we can set that to 4%. And we'll keep it warm. Turn it on, turn it off. Hey, that's not bad. Okay. Can I rename these? Like 1 and 2? Instead of all this, it says 5F, 6C, 4C. Okay, and then this one. Now this is, see, this is why I can't keep track of which one's which. Thought I was activating this one. Okay, now I am. So let's check our overhead. Come on, remote, don't fail me now. There you go. Ah, there's my food. Chip. It's not too bad. Good chip. I think we could probably work with that. Still a 4K image for the local recording, so I could crop into that for sure. It's just the stability of it. A little bit questionable. But I can make that work. Just wish I could show 2 cameras at once. That is a little bit of a bummer with all of this, but we're going to turn off tracking. I'm going to turn off tracking. Zoom out a bit. Pan over a bit. Down a bit. Cool. When we come back, I'm going to take a short break. When we come back, this light over here is going to get disassembled. We're going to take a look at its construction. I have some questions that hopefully we can answer. And then I have a fan over there that we're also going to take apart. That is going to be part of a bigger project about planned obsolescence. And we'll move on from there. Those are some key things that I really wanted to get done and dusted. Trying to suit all of this. I think we need to lift the fill. And then that'll compensate our exposure over here. Now we'll go back to global exposure. That's better. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna eat and such, so forth, and then we'll be back.
Hello, hello. All right. Pin this for the next 30. Ish. There is a ad starting in about 35 seconds or so. Just a heads up. We're gonna head to the table behind me. And get some stuff broken down. Okay, I should probably get chat up on my phone. I will be pointed away from you guys. And I'm going to close my preview because I don't need that anymore. Go. And check on my lurks. Looking good. Okay, we are going to get started now. I do also have a candy bar. Damn. Life is good. Maybe I close the window before I get too settled in here. Has been contributing quite a bit of noise. And a little bit of light bleed. All right. Get you guys up on my phone over here. I've got a tasty drink, tasty snack. Audio still rocking. Music still rocking. Okay. Yeah, let's roll with it. So I have a light that I bought recently. This is the Amaran Ray 60C. And I was watching one of the YouTubers I follow, and they had mentioned that they thought the Bowens mount might be plastic. And I had thought in my initial inspection that it might be metal. So I think there's no better way than for science to take it apart, and then we can know for sure. Why do I have trouble? There we go. So yeah, this is the light itself. We've looked at it on previous stream. Very small, pancake light, full RGB, really cool. But the question is the weight that I was feeling and thinking of all metal, or is the mount plastic? So I'm hoping that if we take it apart, we'll get some form of evidence. What I'm hoping for is that there's like screws threaded into it, or there's a heat sink built off of it, something like that. So we have our light. Let's grab out the appropriate tools we need. Looks like we have just Allens in each corner, more or less. 4 Allens. No, Torx. That makes a lot more sense. So I'm going to size down until I find the right size here. I must be getting old. I normally would see that, so that's annoying. Yeah, so I pulled out a Torx T6 to do this. That's very tightly in there. It's plastic screws, the very coarse threads. So it's just plastic to plastic there. I should probably keep the lid. I've dropped some screws today. That has made my life a little bit difficult. Don't want to drop any more. I have had this light on. So one concern of mine might be if there's any capacitors in here, they're probably charged, since I more or less just turned this off. So let's avoid touching the electronics too often much. Luckily, when it comes in here, it is DC 12 volt, something like that. I don't know exactly what the DC jack outputs. So I wonder if we have kind of like tabs all the way around here. It's seeming like. There is also the front cover, which I see one screw there. Yeah, okay. Let's get a pry tool. So the kit I have has a variety. And I want to start with plastic things, ideally, until which point that doesn't work. This is a nicely formed bit of plastic. Lots of complex geometry to it, really. So I don't want to deform it in any way. So I'm trying to find a good entry point. Maybe underneath this gasket is somewhere I could start to pry. Possibly over in this corner. Not seeing anything that might be hidden. Sometimes under stickers or inside of battery compartments, they'll hide a screw. I'm not seeing any of that here, so I think I will just keep going. The shell's splitting a little bit over here, and since we're using plastic, we're not marring anything.
For some reason, it seems like the front wants to come off on this side rather than the back. So maybe that is what we need to do. Maybe the front is attached to the back, not vice versa. So let's definitely remove this last screw on the bottom. Paying attention to the size difference, and this is different. Still coarsely threaded, but a much shorter screw, so I'll keep that separate from the other 4. And let's see now what we can achieve here. So I'll pry where I just removed that last screw. Okay, we're getting some separation now. And this kit I have comes with these little picks, little guitar picks, basically, that you can throw around to help hold the shell open. So we're going to employ some of those. I don't know what it's going to be doing around here or the buttons, so I'm maybe going to try loosening from a side that doesn't have as much going on. I am just imagining that there's tabs all throughout this, little hooks that I'm able to pry loose in one spot, but that as soon as I let go, it's going to swap. So let's just focus on this one side then. Maybe the easy side. Okay, so as I pull, there's a gap formed, but then it gets really tight here. I think there's probably a clip here. So I want to ease up to it, then try to pry that spot directly. So far, no, not that much luck. Make sure there's not a screw hidden. I can see this, I guess maybe it's a good sign that something's difficult to disassemble. It means it's built well. Or maybe that's not the way to say it, because you could have a cell phone that is built with a replaceable battery. That doesn't mean it's any less. Okay, we got something to pop there. So we're making some progress. Just drop that in there now. Not that it wants to stay. So you definitely don't want to use metal tools on plastic if there is any way to avoid it, or you want to preserve its appearance. So we got a clip to pop loose, but now the whole thing's popped back. So just checking this side again. Gotten this to separate a little bit more. I hate when it comes down to a situation of I simply need to apply a lot of force. That usually bothers the absolute crap out of me. I hate it. I do hate it. Well, so far, W light, L streamer. Because it is winning big time. Thought we'd been to this side. We have. Good grief. Trying to do this for science, but so far, science does not want to be done. Okay, I popped a tab loose. For your information, if you needed to do this, there is a clip. This is the front of the light, the base. It is just opposite from the side that has the power, and it is maybe a ½ inch in. If you press just there, you might have better luck than I had getting around. And
that has changed everything. So our clip over there, we did get loose earlier. I'm assuming there's more up top, which is hard to see. So let's mess around on the top side now. I'm assuming maybe there's something in the middle. I don't really want to pry on this knob here, so we're going to try to avoid that as much as I can. I think there's a clip right here. Maybe. I can't freaking tell. Will be interesting. It looks like there's parts attached to both sides. So I'll have to be careful as this disassembles. I don't want to rip anything. So we've got a clip there. We had our clip there, which is bent, hopefully not broken. I'm imagining some type of clip here, and maybe something along that edge, but also this corner is remarkably connected. I had imagined we'd take out the 4 screws and this one side would pop off. Looking at this, I'm not seeing any other means of entry. We've made a lot of progress, but I am terrified of damaging this. I've scuffed it up a little bit, and I don't know if I've broken any of these retaining clips. The last thing I want to do is break the light. But I expect to be keeping this light for a very long time, so I don't mind a little bit of scuffiness. Maybe they've molded the plastic to fit around this. Like this metal part has a clip formed in it. I just thought to look inside the RE locating pins and make sure there was no no sets of screws that were hidden. I think this is our limiting factor, and then this corner. I don't know why they're trying to separate in that way. It looks to me like the dial is on one half and this is on the other. I don't understand that quite yet. I don't want to apply metal yet. I'm really struggling not to. Also don't want to break clips. This is not the direction to go with it. Okay, I hate to, but I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried. And we're gonna put a metal spatula in here. This will mar the plastic, so do not do this if you need to preserve the condition of your whatever you're trying to disassemble. But this tool can be much thinner, much stronger. Surprised the plastic isn't separating here from the Bowen's mount and everything, but yeah, it seems tightly integrated as a compact, well-designed product should be. Soda. Soda. Okay. Continuing on. I can't seem to get... Well, I say that. I got that started slightly. That. There's our first determinable mark. There it is. So we have a clip just beside. I might have slipped and hit it, or it might have finally given way. So it seems like if you came in here, pried that way, this is just on the right side, looking at the front of the device, on the left side of the top, looking there. All right, let's look over here by this dial. Seems as the actual wheel stays with this other shell. I'm thinking we have a clip right here. I'm gonna just stick with the metal pry tool that we have. Try to coax that out. There it is. So that is not a clip. Oh no, it is. Just hidden right up in the corner. Very stiff clips, as it probably should be, given the tension it might be under. Okay, so now we can open this up. Do have a surprising amount of ribbon cables. Let me see how best to remove those. Debating how far I want to take this. What I can see is that there's a metal back. I say metal. It does have heat fins, but it seems as though it would be an interesting shape to cast. It does have a cast texture to it. That would be a really impressive thin piece to make. Well, it's on the inside. Why don't we scratch at it? That is, in fact, painted metal. Don't know if you can see the scratch marks I made. Try to get them to catch the light, but yes, that is shiny metal. So, in fact, this is aluminum. Those are heat fins. Really impressive metal cast. So if that's metal, then I would assume the Bowen's mount is metal. This rear heat fin array would also have to be metal. And that is screwed into the front mount. And the front mount is screwed into the front plate. There is splices in the middle of these wires here that run to the haptic motor, the haptic selector. That is kind of funny. So they had to, the way they connect those is they just crimp or solder them together. There's no, I assume that maybe there's pins that they put together.
but that's kind of funny. The ribbon cables are kind of what's stopping me from going any further, in addition to that wheel. If you had to go further, it looks like there's some small Torx screws holding this wheel on. Sounds good, Star. Thanks so much. Have a good night. So there's a wheel here that you could remove with 3 screws, and that might be able to stay separate on its own part. And then there's ribbon cables. I'm assuming the light and heat stuff is on this side, and then your smarts and your displays and everything are on that side, and then it communicates between the two, is my assumption. We have a ribbon cable that runs down to the ace lock pins at the bottom, and then that comes up the middle and around back. Over here must be your power delivery to the LED. I'm seeing some fairly wide indentations in that ribbon, so they're probably pretty wide, higher current carrying conductors, essentially ribbon conductors. I won't be able to go any further here because it looks like the ribbon cables don't separate so much. If I took the wheel off like this, proceeds to disassemble the whole thing. So, like I was saying, 3 screws. Now the wheel is free. And you can see that it is just a stepper motor by the looks of it, or some type of motor. The outer wheel is a magnet, permanent magnet, and there are coils on the inside so it can define step intervals. I will get you guys a closer look once I get the rest of this. I'm committing. We're gonna take the rest of this apart. So the ribbon cables, I think, can detach at the junction on the back portion. There's 2 screws. I was expecting the traditional ribbon connector, which kind of has a fold down lock. This is physically bolted, which is better, I would think. So to get at that is maybe the next challenge. Part of my concern here is down in the middle where the power ribbon for the ace lock comes down. It is glued to the front part in the middle there, and I don't want to pop that glue off. I don't really want to strain that too much. There is a power tap off of that. That's actually the glue. Okay. And that goes to the fan. So this actually feeds both ways. It's power in and power out to the fan. That's efficient. So it looks like once I've bent this enough and that popped off the back, I'm actually able to get at this. So let me see if this is the right size. Appears to be. It's interesting, there's a lot of foam around this connector, and it's a different screw. This is more of a machine screw. It's threaded to go into metal. Get both of those out. Set these
left side of my container here. And then let's see if this pulls out. This is a gasket, not foam. It's kind of sticky, like an RTV. I'm trying to see, maybe this is a plastic cover or is it part of a connector? Don't want to damage this. I think I might stop there before I really do destroy this. I think I can kind of let that settle there, but now we have a pretty good view of the inside. We're not peeking down the ravine per se. Line this up this way too. Very cool. So I'll just scratch at the back of the bones mount too. So the gray is just a paint. You can see kind of by my thumb there, right over there, that is in fact shiny metal. Trying to get that centered up for you guys. So yep, the gray is just the paint, but it's all aluminum. You've got your front bones mount that would lay in there first. That seems to be connected to this top mount. They maybe bolt on a separate piece for the ace lock, which has, that looks like plastic, but there's two strong magnets here and here. I'm sure you can see that from the outside too. And then they have a heat spreader, heat sink that bolts to the back of the bones mount. I'm sure the LED is sandwiched between there. There's power, probably power delivery, but I don't want to lose the, I'm assuming the gasketing around here and why this is built so well is for some water resistance. So I really don't want to lose my water resistance here in this case. So we will cut it off here. Looking at this switch up here in the corner, this is your bones release. It pulls a pin back to let the tab of the bones mount twist through. That is metal backing it, which is nice to see. I think it's bolted down to plastic, but at least you have metal backing up the spring, and the spring's off to the side out here by this pin, but you're bolted back here. So the metal's really just there for the strength of it, so that a piece of plastic doesn't break off there, but that's good to see. I doubt they have replacement parts, but if you ever broke a spring on the bones mount, you could probably just get a new clip in there. But yeah, pretty cool. Let's put it back together. Yeah, this is the inside of the Amaran Ray 60C. I did say I would get you guys a closer look at this haptic motor, so. Don't know if there's a magnet interfering with my webcam there. It was making a weird noise. But yep, it's a motor. In essence, very cool. So putting this back together, we'll put our screws. Yeah, the wheel is magnetic, yep. I'm surprised it seemed like it was messing with the camera. somehow. Heard it kind of chirping at me, like I was pulling on the autofocus or something. But I'll put these screws back in for our ACE-Lock power inside, but also our power out to the fan. And then next we'll put the 3 back on the wheel. Something to note over here, didn't mention earlier, I wonder if this is a temperature probe. Just there. It seems like it would butt up against, not the metal, I think it's in the airflow path. So I wonder if it's just measuring the exhaust temperature and then it's going to adjust accordingly. The wheel did not want to reveal its secret, so it unfocused the camera. Do you see any water damage indicators? This hasn't had any, like things that might be vulnerable to water. The motor has no sealing, but it's electrically insulated, so as long as it doesn't corrode from water contact, it could get wet and it would probably still work. Be easy to replace if you could get one. This back shell seems, it's one piece more or less. They do have this the rubberized sort of gasket around the power in, power out. Nothing screams leak worthy, but I don't necessarily see like a gasket between these two shells. Potentially it could seep in and get into your chip. But compared to how I'd imagine a normal light is constructed, this is very well built. So lining up the wheel, let me get my 3 little screws. Oh, I'm not familiar with those. I don't see anything like that though. Little white circles found in phones. Yeah, I could Google it to see exactly, but I don't see any kind of... It's all just mechanical parts or structural or heat spreading parts. Okay, so I'm looking to make sure the wires, the spliced wires of the dial kind of get tucked out of the way. I don't want to pinch them between anything. Actually, I want them up higher than they were. They're a nice silicone insulated wire, actually. not the cheap stuff. And looking down there, I think everything else is in place. So just popping the clips down. That was pretty easy. So some minor marks from me stumbling around, trying to find the clips, and those clips were very strong. Just nice to see. Love this dial. Love the dial. Okay, so we have the screw that was at the bottom. Just adjacent the ace lock. So you can actually see the ace lock, the base is metal. That's where our magnets were from the other side. The magnets are exposed on the inside. That kind of seems like metal, but the plate backing it seemed like it might have been plastic. Maybe it was metal, but it looked like it had some casting lines. Then we just have our 4 screws back here, and then we'll test to see that the light still works. Okie dokie says, oh, read into that Super 8 style camera from Instax, and you can only take a max of 15-second video. Apparently. What's the point of that then? It's not long enough for what you're going to use it for. Yeah. That's like, I mean, they used to do quite a bit with 6 seconds on Vine, but it's not a feature-length film. It's not even a short film. It's a clip. And hardly a clip. It's no dialogue scene. That's crazy. All right, so I'm trying to clean the smudges off. Dang it. Our light is back. Let's get our power. So we have our base. I guess we can make sure the Amaran base works. I think I did on stream. I can't remember for sure. I have reversed my mount here. Reason being, this is bothersome when you have a large modifier off this light, which for what I do, this light has plenty of output, honestly. So mounting it this way, opposite, basically flipping the handle, allows it to tilt down all the way. The normal way that this mounts, which I won't be able to fully secure this, the magnets do not allow, so it's not a reversible mount. Well, can I jam it in there? Yeah, I think I could try. It fights me for sure. That is quite the challenge. You can break down magnetic fields if you get close enough. It does not seem to clip. I don't see why not. It looks symmetrical. But if you had a powered battery base, I really wouldn't try that, in case you reverse pins in some sort of way. But yeah, the default arrangement is like this. That's how the ergonomics of the handle are meant to go. It keeps the power brick out of your way when you're holding it. It does feel perfectly ergonomic to do it that way. Just once you put a modifier on, that's when you run into issues, even with this little bitty one. You can see how having it reversed can be helpful for tilting this down.
The way you do it is pretty simple. There are 2 Torx screws here and there. That removes this plate, and then there's a series of cup washers and lip washers to both sides. This will thread out, and you'll be able to swap basically this inner portion to the other side. It'll all come loose. You'll have to keep the order straight, but it's pretty simple. So now we need to plug this in. They're nice locking barrel jack. I'll get my power cable. And I did set it on to studio mode earlier, so it should just turn on. Very nice. We did good. We committed. We gave up. We came back to it. We got a little bit further. And then we gave up again. But we got pretty far into it. I stopped at breaking anything that seemed like it was a water seal. I can't recall if this has an IP water rating, but it seems as though they were attempting to protect the main power feeds in and out, which is good to see. So that's the Amaran. That's the light. We answered the question of if the bones mount is metal. Beyond a doubt. IP54 rating. So that's pretty low. I think that's just like a splash rating. So probably a little bit of rain. Okidoki said you can edit and combine multiple clips to create a longer clip, roughly 30 seconds long. Or, okay, roughly 30-second long short films using the accompanying smartphone app. So you have to use a smartphone app to film for 30 seconds. Interesting. They're definitely trying to create something. Demand for something. Basically, cinegraphs is what they're doing. That'd be cool. My wheel was ticking. That was weird. I think that was maybe the sound I heard earlier, but it's bizarre because it was unplugged. It's like it was bouncing between 2 microstepped areas. Must have encoding on it. Very cool, though. Love this little light. Excited to get more. Okay. So I'll put this off to the side. Maybe it can get used now, actually. Set it off in the back here, and we're going to look at the next thing we're going to take apart, which is going to be part of a bigger series of videos, theme to the channels, theme to my life. It's been an important thing to me. Let's go intensity and turn that up a little bit. We'll throw a little blue teal back there. So I have a fan that I bought many years ago, and within a short period of time, enough time to enjoy the fan, not enough time to feel like I got my money's worth, the fan started making noise at low fan speeds. It was subtle at first, and then it got worse and worse. I'm just trying to find a broom. Clean this off just a little bit before I bring it in frame. So this is the fan. I don't know if they're in production anymore. Probably not. Probably some other version. I bought it. It was $30, $40. Pretty reasonable at the time. And there was one version that only had controls up top. And then an upgraded version, which is what this one was, that had a remote. It was maybe $10 more to have the remote. And it was lovely. Very quiet. Still seemed to move a lot of air. I really, really liked it. Until it started making noise. So I think I've been in here before. But I've fixed a lot of fans. And generally know where they fail. Where they're designed to fail. And I don't know if I have a screwdriver that can reach quite that far. I have the multi-bit screwdrivers, but I'm gonna see, I saw one not too long ago over here. Cut off the box on my shelf. Thought I saw a screwdriver. Thought that I saw a screwdriver. Where is it? Did I pull it out and place it in here instead? There it is. It's gonna be too short. I should have looked at that first before I got started. So I've grabbed a little screwdriver. There's just these few screws around the back. Here's me hoping this little bitty guy can reach all the way. There it can. Winning. So just loosen all of these. Should be a model number on the sticker to see. The manual, like here. Tower fan model HTF 3252R. I would guess the R means it has the would be the designation for the one that has the remote. That's kind of my thought there. Did I already get this one loose? Good call, okie dokie. Have you taken some electronics apart before? What the heck? I've taken them a lot of things apart, never necessarily getting them back together. But I have managed to fix a few things. Thank goodness the screwdriver reaches. I would have been digging. So I have an idea for how I want to fix this, and it should be permanent, and then I can start using this fan again. To continue the story of earlier, I was frustrated and had kind of become reliant on the sound level that this fan puts out, and wanted an alternative. Well, the only other one that wasn't the exact same thing cost quite a bit more. It was a Honeywell brand. And would you believe it, it did the same thing in about the same amount of time. So both of these fans cannot run on their lowest settings. And I'm trying to see, I may need to remove the base first. So I've loosened all the screws along the rear shell, And at the bottom here, there's just a couple wing nuts. So I'm gonna take those loose and see if that removes the base. Okie dokie says, not really. They haven't taken many things apart, but they like finding model numbers. And they're hidden in obscure places sometimes. It's a fun game. Holmes is still making fans? Yes. Yes, they are. And I don't think it's this specific model that they're making. Probably the next generation of junk. Did I say that out loud? It could be a fan built to last forever. But it isn't. And I would say the cost difference is not very much. As you will see, once we get this apart. Taking the base off, seeing it's dirty. Okie dokie says they've added on to this model number. So now they have an _20 EM2 after this model number. So they've iterated on it. Okay, at the bottom are 2 screws. Well, 6 screws. We've got 4 recessed ones, and then 2 in the middle. Let's start with these 2 in the middle. And these I can get at with the drill. So we're gonna do that. Got it right here. That's the only thing I have organized in this room, seemingly. So we'll take this loose. They have washers behind them. Seems as though, because there's slots, this may be a way of setting the limits to the rotation. Or perhaps these are the stops where these slots stop, and these just never tighten all the way down. It's just a means of connecting the base. That might be it. Pulling gently doesn't seem to release this. It looks like we could get at right behind. It looks like there's a wedge on the power cord, and that might be how we get in there. And it is kind of chewed up, as if I have gotten in there before. So let me grab some type of screwdriver. There we go. Got a nice insulated one, and I'll be on the narrow side. Try to pull back. I could just be repeating my footsteps from 10 years ago and this not working. So I don't know for sure. That didn't immediately release. I'm going to take out these other 4 screws. These are some short boys. Maybe this will release the shell. Okay, does the back come off all the way now? Not easily. Not yet. So those are separate. Seems to be a small amount of grease inside of this. I'm gonna roll this over and let these screws come out. Oh, I found a ball bearing. Oh, fuck. Here we go. That's when it gets fun. I don't remember ball bearings. That's annoying. So I need to tread carefully here. I don't want to repack a bearing today. Looking at the bottom now from the side, it almost looks like there's a couple holes as if there are some clips. So I'm going to see what I can do to pry. That seems to have brought it loose. I don't think there were clips. I think it just was binding up. So pulling off the back here, we can see the internals. And I got one screw that didn't fall out, so let me retrieve that before I lose it. So this is the fan. I think these called toroidal blades. They're swept back, and air, depending on how close you put one side to another, air will move through this and get pushed out. I don't think air necessarily flows directly out. Sometimes you'll notice the air is kind of coming out at an angle. They can be pretty quiet. They don't have to spin super fast to move air. And this is all like a cast polycarbonate, which is very light, very strong. It can be shaped. And as long as kids aren't sticking kitchen knives into there, they probably won't break. They have some balancing little metal plates placed in certain areas, which is good to see. We have a little 45 watt motor, which does have venting, which is surprising to see. Some of these fans I've taken apart before are literally just fully enclosed. So there's like no way for it to cool off. I've actually seen some that seem incredibly warm. It looks like this lower motor that oscillates the fan, that is probably all integrated. And I'm glad I didn't get too crazy pulling on this. And I'm actually going to just try to stick this ball bearing back in there and just call it good and hope that's where it goes. I am surprised to see actual ball bearings. I'm sure they're not on a metal race. I'm sure it's on plastic, but surprised to see metal, not just like some BBs. But the actual problem of this fan is at the top. Dead bug. Right up here is the culprit, as far as I remember it. So that is a bushing, not a bearing. It's a bushing with like a rubberized cone so that it can absorb vibration and also not be super fixed in place. It can move and adjust if this fan blade isn't perfectly in shape. But this is your failure point. The motor can last quite a while, especially if it's vented, it won't overheat. But it's these on so many fans of this style where the opposite end has to be supported. They just have plastic, or if you're lucky, maybe a brass, like a dissimilar metal from the actual shaft here, inside of there. And it is a wear component. I'm going to attempt to take this all the way apart, but these clips look quite stout. I don't fancy cutting myself with a screwdriver. Okay. There. So taking this back plate off reveals our little rubber inner piece. And inside of this is a bushing. And to me, this might be graphite. There are channels in it to hold lubricant. It may just be a cast plastic bushing, but this, when the grease dries out, will start to seize up on your shaft, and then at low speed, low torque on these itty bitty low power motors, your fan will start to vibrate, and it'll go through this cycle of it'll vibrate a bunch, which slows it down, and then it gets out of its frequency where it vibrates, and then it kind of picks back up, and then it vibrates back down, and it keeps doing that. Well, what I'm remembering, what I thought I remembered, and it's been years since I've taken this apart, was that there was a brass bushing, and that had worn down. I must be thinking of a Vornado that I had taken apart years ago. I think that's the one that actually had the brass bushing. My plan for fixing this was to measure the diameter of this and find a way of getting a bearing mounted in here. I'd 3D print a bearing block that would size it just right to hold this in the appropriate position. And then the inner diameter, honestly, I'd probably just wrap this in tape until it fits and spins the bearing, and then you'd have an actual roller bearing, sealed bearing in here that would last super, super long. But looking at this, I don't see why I couldn't do my normal approach of clean the shit out of everything and then fill it full of grease. I think I have a tube of grease somewhere. It may be in a box that is out of the room, so that's good. I just need to clean this. So let me set the fan down carefully on its side. I don't know if I've disassembled the base too much to where I could risk it falling apart and spilling everywhere. So we're gonna make this a full repair. I'm thinking. I was thinking I would just take this apart and get some measurements for parts to order, but I think we can go ham on this thing, and I could have a fan fixed tonight, which I'm really excited for. Let me find something to clean with. We got some wet ones. Not sponsored. I don't even think I would use this normally. I just don't want to leave the room for paper towels. I would probably clean this with alcohol, some type of solvent like that, and elbow grease. But my goal here is to remove the old and replace that with new. I'm assuming the shape of this is partly to
hold extra grease to extend the life of this. So maybe they were trying a little bit, even though it's a plastic fucking bearing. Bushing even, not a bearing. I feel like a ball bearing packed with BBs and grease might last longer. I don't know if I can get into the little flutes inside of there. They are somewhat empty. Let me see what I can do. Maybe I can do the old screwdriver trick. That seems to work. My little paper prep surface here is going to get dirty with grease. I might see again if I could pop off this nylon piece. Don't know if we would use maybe this plastic, this polycarbonate. Yeah, you can. Okay, so that's just a nylon ring. It's a washer, but it's not. It's more of something to hold the grease in. And then behind that we have these flutes, which have more space behind them than I was expecting. So I'm going to switch to a SIM card removal tool because it's long and pointy, and use that to remove this expired grease. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just trying to create space for the new grease to go. Okay. That's some progress. I think we've got this in the bag. We just need some grease. So I'm gonna pop out of the room, see if I got lucky and didn't actually take my grease tube all the way downstairs. I'll be right back. Oh, and okie dokie, we are on the small rig mic today, the S70. I did a test at the start of stream. Seems like it sounds fine. The computer is taking it as a 16-bit input, not a 24-bit, and I can't change it currently, or this computer's too old to really support that. But it's got a gosh dang mute button on it. Game changing. And it sounds pretty good too. So I'll do some back-to-back comparisons and see for sure how it's looking. There's our grease. I'm gonna grab, I need like a spatula, kind of a flat-sided something would be ideal. Something wooden, like a popsicle stick. We might just use some paper. So I've got some cardstock from a white poster board, or white paper board really. And we'll see what we can do with this. Try one piece first. If that's not strong enough, I'll bend one in half. But the thought is, pack grease into here, a decent amount, but not too much. Looking at how this all mounts, let's actually look at this properly. So this would mount in alignment there. that would press into there. So our actual alignment is just about the end. So there's a good 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch where this kind of bladder on the top is not interacting with the shaft at the top. So I think we can pack quite a bit of grease in there. And I wish I had latex gloves. I do not currently. They're in a different room. And I'm lazy. And I'm going to pay the price. So my thought is, with something flat, I can just drag in the grease. It's kind of working. I don't want to overload this because then it'll explode when I try to mount this. That's a weird sentence. I'll use another piece as trash. I'm gonna make another cut here, but I'm gonna bend this one in half. Sure. Bloop, 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 bloop. Maybe one more scoop, and then we see how it's looking. So that really is a lot, though. I'll take half of what I just grabbed and pop it in there. I don't have a great idea of how I want this to get all the way in. I do have syringes somewhere. That would have been a good idea. You could even measure exactly how much you're putting in. But YOLO. Having the angle on this gives a lot more stiffness. Okay. We've done something. Cool. Now I want to look back at this little bearing of despair. And thinking about it, I feel like I don't know how it would reload with grease. I guess if once it heats up. But what I'll try to do is scrape grease into these little flutes. It's way too much. Probably still too much. So there's these little slots that run down the edge, but behind it, that, try to get more focus here. There we go. Behind it, that goes to the sides. So I'm just trying to coax the grease into there. I might use my little SIM card tool again. And try to push the grease in. I guess the best way to do this would be to have a small syringe, and you could start at the back and squeeze it out. But I'll just try to pack a slightly obscene amount in there. Okay. And we need a little nylon guy. I'm going to put the slightly more rounded side in first. And then press it into place.
don't think it clicks in anywhere. Oh, it did actually. So that's it fully installed. Pretty happy with that. Okay, now that needs to go into our main area here. I don't see why I couldn't get this all greasy. I should be able to clean it. So I'm going to try to kind of do the same thing and coax the grease towards the middle, kind of around from the edges, and just try to generally pack it deeper into this cavity. I can actually push an air bubble out, push this down to create kind of a new seal, and then let it go, and it kind of pulls the bubble back, but it's not like it's packing itself. I'm going to scrape the sides, sounds sus, where this bushing goes, and try to scrape that down towards the middle. Okay. There's that. And loading this in. When I looked at it, the nylon was pointing down. But to me, it makes sense that the nylon should point up as I flip it down. This would be up. Reason being, if the grease is back here, ready to feed into this, which I'm assuming is how it works, then we wouldn't want the side that's blocked. We'd want the side that is more open. And I guess there'd be a little bit more of a gap there. So I'm gonna load it in that way, and I guess it also traps it better. So let's see if we can avoid getting utterly dirty. I guess I can put some air out, then it doesn't really want to suck itself in. So let's pop in that. Okay, it's rolled on us. The audio sounds good. Sweet. So I'm gonna grab the side that I want, twist, and that's got us lined up. That will have its effect of kind of centering. It's all rubber. I'm surprised this long in the rubber hasn't gone bad, so maybe props to them in a way. Now we're going to reassemble the bearing block, we'll call it. And that will involve popping this into this portion. Which looks pretty good. We do have a decent amount of grease behind that. I almost squeezed it out accidentally. All right, and then lining up our little keeper, which goes on the other side, maybe. This may need help right away. There, it worked. There's all three clipped in. Get the hair out of there. And now I'm gonna drop this and get grease everywhere. God dang it. That'll never come out. Back on our half of the fan. I guess I should have demoed this before. That probably would have been a really good idea. To give you an example, prime example of what it was doing, but take my word for it, it sucked. So I think just to be that guy, we're gonna add a little bit of grease directly on here. So this is like pre-filling your oil filter, guys, before you put it back in the engine. You don't want that thing to be dry. All right, lift this up and drop that on there, and then get it aligned. And we can put a couple screws in. How
Which screws? Oh, these two. It's like I'm not seeing two screws don't belong somewhere else. Okay, let's use our little screwdriver. Hey, it's magnetic. Sweet. And we'll get this close. Get that just barely tight. Just barely on there. And get that other one lined up. There we go. Tighten both down. So yeah, you can see how this is able to flex around. There's a little bit of a bladder above it holding extra grease. It's an idea that is moving quite smoothly, actually. This has fixed it, I'm quite sure. So I'm going to go ahead and just reassemble the whole thing. Typically, I would test it at this point to verify that I haven't broken anything or just to make sure that it's still working, but I'm pretty confident here. So let's reassemble this, which will involve dropping this evenly on, paying attention to the base. There we go. And then I'll install the washers and screws. Seen a bit okie dokie. And I do have a clutch on this little drill driver. This little screw gun. So I'm going to set it to its minimum since we're just installing things in plastic. I do not want to strip if I run this a little bit excessively. That seems like a good point for it to cut off. And we'll get the second one installed. Okay. And I believe, yeah, those are spaced so that the base can still turn. So that's all intentional. Good deal. We'll install the 4 kind of countersunk ones. These are super short. Okay, that's the bottom done. Now we got to put the ones in the sides. I don't think my screwdriver's going to reach in there. So we'll probably have to do this by hand again. But let's try it. Just about. You can see how the intake at the back is offset slightly. This is not so much a symmetrical fan like your typical propeller style. I don't know where the remote is for this. That was probably one of my favorite things about it. But it's somewhere. It'll turn up one day and it'll be an amazing day. And I will drink champagne and turn this fan on and off from a distance. Or I guess I could get a flipper zero and figure out how to reverse engineer it. I'm not in New York, they haven't banned it. All right, that is the back installed. I just want to make sure I got that tight. Yep. We'll install the base again. So that's 2 pieces so that they can fit it in a box, in a smaller box at least. looking at it, maybe this is the one that aligns down here. Yep. And this goes on top, sandwiches down on top of it. And then our two wing nuts go on either side here. Looks like there is a metal nut in the back that this actually goes into, so that's something. So yeah, a lot of fans are built so cheaply that they are seemingly intended to fail. That is called planned obsolescence. It's a real thing. It sucks. It should be against the law. That is how companies get you to buy things over and over, and they sell you the same, usually overpriced, underbuilt product. Okay, now is the moment of truth. Let me plug this in. A little beep. That's a good sign. And the failure mode of this was on its lowest setting. This would not run quietly. It would hardly even spin up. So I'm going to turn it on. It's reasonably quiet. Let me see what mode it's on. And that is mode 1. We have won. We have beaten planned obsolescence. About 10 years delayed. I've hung on to this fan and I've used it on medium settings in this room, and it's too loud to record normally, but on this lowest setting I can have this fan on a lot more often, not have to open a window. So this is going to buy me a little bit more time in this room this year. And just to run it through its paces, let's change its speed. Should be setting 2. Setting 3 is quite a bit faster. I'll drop it back down to 1. Let's see what this setting is over here. There's a breeze mode where it kind of varies the speed to sound like wind coming through the window. It's kind of nice, but the peak amplitude is way too high for me on those modes. But it's a cool idea. Why not? We'll turn that off and we'll check oscillate. Make sure I haven't messed anything up there. We're still in the breeze mode, apparently. But yeah, we can see that is effectively turning both ways. And the only other thing is the... Good God. See, that's why it's annoying. It's like a hurricane. We have a timer mode, so it goes 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours. If I was a funnier person, I would sit here for an hour and watch it to see that it turns off, but I'm okay. I am okay. So that is the fan repair. So we took apart a light to see its construction and to learn if the mount on the front was in fact metal, and we found out that it is. And then we took apart this fan to get some measurements to make a repair, and instead discovered that I was misremembering how it was actually broken, and I could just fix it right now, and I could have fixed it all along for the last 8 to 10 years. So glad to have it fixed. We're gonna start using that quite a bit more. I have a little bit more time. I don't think we'll quite get to lasers, as is almost hilariously the trend. I do everything else and find everything else, and then we never get to the really cool fun part. But that's what we're building up to, is the cool fun part, so that one day we can do the cool fun part all the time. We just can't do that if the room is not usable, to be polite. I guess I'll keep the grease around too. We'll find a spot for that. So why don't we do a little camera change here, which is actually another exciting discovery. Me being silly, I have had the receiver for the remote plugged into the same USB hub as all of the cameras, and I was having display issues hooking up the three. Whatever third one seemed to be plugged in had issues. Turns out, I think having the remote in there was the bad idea. I noticed all the ports, there's only 4, and it's for up to a 4 camera kit. So I realized you're probably just supposed to plug it in the computer. So I have the remote on the front, which is closer and easier to read, potentially, but also now it's maybe not getting crosstalk with all the camera data. So winning there, I guess, after months of not doing it the right way. But I only had issues this past Saturday. So I'm pretty happy to have that figured out. We have, let me zoom out here, also done some modifications in the room, which is exciting. So we did finally install the curtain rod. It runs all the way across, but now it's behind our lights, our little practical lights there. And then, not that you can see super well, I'll zoom in for you. Behind, right past this light, I guess I could kind of move this out of the way. So all the way back there along the back wall, Nidoreem! What's up? Let me zoom out quickly. Hello. Welcome to my project room, where we get distracted constantly and never seem to get anything done. I was just showing off what we installed earlier, which is a little bit hard to see. So there's a boom arm. I'll swing over here. These mounted on the wall. These are boom arms. They let you rig a light or whatever off a wall, and you don't have to have a stand in the middle of the room. And this room is, the floor space is precious to me. So I have 2 over here. One currently holds a spotlight, one holds kind of a fill light, and we installed one at the very back so that now we can have, sexy camera change, an overhead camera. And we also lowered the desk so that we can do this. But yeah, it's exciting. We're making some substantial progress in the room. And as I turn the camera the wrong way, it's pretty neat. These cameras are cool too. I can put them into a track mode and move around the room, and it follows me around. But welcome in, everybody. I'm Fimorth. You can call me Declan. I'm also on YouTube under Better Done Right. And I'm a maker, a tinkerer. I am also a gamer, and I do some gaming on the Fimorth channel, but I try to share some of the behind the scenes maker stuff that I do. Kind of do it live, talk about the process, my thought process on making things, and I'm basically thinking of myself 20 years ago and trying to be that, I guess the mentor to that kid, because I learned a lot of things along the way in the past 20 years, but if I'd had an older somebody that had all the toys that I have now, that would have
been an incredible experience. So that's kind of, I don't talk to an 8-year-old, but I'm talking to where that person was and trying to bring them along in a way. So I verbalize a lot of my thought process, but I'll be filming, streaming for hours, and I'll just keep going, and I make YouTube videos along the way. I intend to go back and edit them through. So, but yeah, that's kind of what we do here. For games that I play, my favorite game is probably Valheim or Minecraft. Then I do play some shooters. I've been playing with some friends. We've been playing a little bit of Fortnite. I've probably streamed Fortnite maybe the most at this point, but only like 3 streams. One of the end goals, the thing that's prompted me getting into this room and actually organizing it, it looks messy now. It was an absolute storage closet like 2 months ago. I want to build a sim rig, like a racing rig to do rally racing. And that was what I wanted to stream. But I can't do that if I can't get through all this other stuff. So the plan is to get some reps in design, production, all those kinds of things, and be able to bring everybody along with the process. And then once we build the sim rig, then we get to stream more. That's kind of the goal. This is all the motivator, I guess, to get to that goal. But it's not just going to be a sim rig. I like flight simulators as well. Playing Elite Dangerous in VR is an astounding experience. So my thought is a flight sim cockpit and a racing sim cockpit are remarkably similar. What if I could do both? Then I thought, well, I don't want to hook up my gaming PC to a sim rig permanently because I might want to edit. So now it's become a rally sim, flight sim, and gaming / productivity setup. So I want to find ways of making everything adjustable and comfortable enough that you can use it all. So the basically where the sim wheel might interface, whatever mechanism I designed to do that, you can also take that out and put a desk in, and now you have a desk space. So yeah, then there would be a captain's chair for a flight sim. So somehow we probably need to elevate the seat so your feet aren't like directly out in front of you. I do have a picture of one of my designs for it, but I basically need to redesign it. We'll probably have to build prototypes. I know I need to isolate the monitor from the steering section so we don't transmit vibration. And then we'll probably be looking at VR pretty heavily at some point and using that as an alternative to a large curved screen. But yeah, that's what I've been up to, what I'm planning on. Some of the stuff, lots of makery stuff coming as well. But thank you so much, Nade, for the raid. I'm glad that rhymes. That's hilarious. I saw, let's see, Dungeon Diva said, Nade raid, appreciate it. Welcome in. What were you playing again? You're playing Clair Obscure? How did that go? Were you streaming to TikTok? Was TikTok vibing with it? Like they had or hadn't been previously? So I have a laser engraver over here. Let me point a light at it, and we'll point a camera at it too. This big old, oh, I'm still in track mode. Apologies. I swear I know what I'm doing. So way over here is a Galvo laser. So it uses, it emits a laser beam, which shines through, and then there's 2 mirrors that move to guide the beam. And then there's a specialty lens that keeps it in focus no matter where it runs within its boundaries. And it can move a light beam really, really quickly. Just reset. So the Galvo laser has become
not really a crutch, but like a main feature of this room. We have extraction that runs out to a window so we can pull the smoke fumes out. Unfortunately, that does displace air, so it pulls cold air out, or cold air in, I guess. Maybe we should do something with the laser, since we've got a raid going. Something I've wanted to make, I have made, but remake, is why don't we go to camera 2 here, and I'll catch up actually real quick with Nate here. Yes, Claire Obscura is on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. Nice. TikTok was pretty good for this game. Okay. A few new followers on TikTok, and then 2 of them came over to Twitch. Really love a chat and stream. Hell yeah, dude. Glad to see it. So I've made this, which is a time conversion chart. So you have a map of the world, something to point with here, map of the world, and then different time zones that are important to me. So we've got UK, which is 0, and then my time, -6. South Africa is +2, and then Melbourne, Australia, +11. And then down at the bottom, make sure I've got this framed in a way you guys can kind of see. We've got Corn Country, which is where I live, UK, South Africa, and Melbourne. So I just look at the time that it is. I think it's almost 7 o'clock, so almost 1900. So 1 a.m. for you, Netherine, 3 a.m. in South Africa, and all the way back around to midnight in Australia. I think. I think that's right. But I made this as like an easy calculator for myself. And I had a friend, when I was showing this off, reach out to me, and they're like, hey, that's super cool. And they were asking some questions, and I offered to make them one. So that's been another challenge, is make this, but make it nice enough to gift to somebody. 1 sheet of black cardstock isn't gonna quite cut it. Also, I forgot about daylight savings time, which me and this friend both observe here in America. So I need to make some kind of adaptation for that. And the current plan is make the reverse side 1 hour different, and then just notate which part of the year you should look to which side. So the current plan is to make 2 sheets and then stack more layers of paper between. I might even use different colored paper. I think that would be really cool to kind of see a spectrum of colors between it, and then glue, like laminate all the sheets together. Then once that is done, take actual laminating, an actual laminating pouch, and surround the whole thing in plastic, essentially, to preserve it. So that's the goal. What I have been doing, I see Mr. Nadarine's about to head out. Should go to bed, might test your PC version of Arc Raiders stream software set, see if that live stutters. Yeah, man, or just go to bed, get some rest, do it in the morning. But yeah, whenever works for you, reach out on Discord DMs, and we can start trying to figure out, troubleshoot PC stuff for you. I know you've had some troubles there. I've been helping somewhat successfully, somewhat not successfully, some friends to get their games running better. Yeah, we'll run through the gauntlet, make sure everything's okie dokie. I've had a decent amount of experience with computers at this point, mostly on the hardware side. The PC that I stream from, I built the gaming computer that I use now. I've built my wife's computer. There's 2 spares that are out there that I use as well. Thank you, Knifey. I still don't have stream elements or anything, but appreciate it as well. So yeah, we'll
we'll try to do what we can for you. Hopefully get that rocking and better. I mean, your computer sounds like it should be plenty powerful. So I think you made some progress, but it doesn't feel across the board okay. Xbox seems it seems the Xbox PC launcher architecture has issues, but when you try the Steam version, it seems stable. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, we can do voice chat, video call, whatever. Or even if it's just throughout the day, over a week or so, just like, hey, try this, how'd that go, try that. However, The Last of Us on Steam had issues. Interesting. Yes, discussion for another night. I will see you later, Nade. Get some sleep, get some rest. Rest is always good. So, to aid in the goal of finishing this conversion chart, I have been doing some different tests. See you, Nade. Last stream, we tested out a bunch of different glues and came to the conclusion that plain old, like, school glue, like kids will eat it glue, Elmer's glue, worked quite well. As well did Mod Podge. And I'm starting to think this is all just PVA glue because it all looks the same, smells the same, tastes. I mean, who said that? So my test was to put 2 sheets together, spread a thin layer on one sheet, put them together, and then kind of see what happened. And some of them curled more than others, and some held rather than others. So we got our initial glues that I think will work well. I do have another glue coming because I found a recommendation for it, and it's just a straight up PVA glue used in bookbinding. The hope there is that might be something stronger. I don't want to ship somebody something that was made with Elmer's glue. It just doesn't sit right with me. I'd like to have something that's more intentional, and this PVA bookbinding glue is marketed as archival. So we'll hope that that is the case and that it's strong. So to the end of making this, we've done the glue testing to the point of establishing which glue we want to use. Something else we'll have to do with that is discover the process of layering. Do we have to go one layer at a time? Do the layers shift? My thought is it would be nice to just cut out the size of the pages that I need from the different pieces of paper and then just be able to lay it up separately, not necessarily stack them all and then cut them out. I don't think the Galvo laser can do that because its beam origin is from the middle and then it shoots out. So there's actually a taper to it. So if you cut something that's deep enough, it will have an edge to it. Likewise with a gantry laser, like a diode laser that I have back down there, it comes straight down always, but its focal distance changes. So if you change its focus to cut at the very bottom, it may burn away a wider beam near the top. So you have to kind of play with some of that. And I'm thinking the best way is just to cut out a bunch of sheets. Now I don't know if I need to make a jig to hold everything. Maybe I might look at what book presses look like or different things to kind of keep 2 things flat. And we'll take a look at all that. I don't want to get into that tonight, but I think we could try laminating. So let me get some sheets of paper. I have some random cutoffs here, and we'll see if we can get it to laminate. I was going to buy a laminating machine. I probably would have if they had one in store, but they were out, but they did have the sheets. I am a really big believer in using commodity things, or even just finding like alternatives for commodity things. And to me, that means
if there's something that is economically produced, like they produce it at scale for something else, and you can repurpose it, then you should use that instead of something that's more expensive. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. Okay, so I could buy laser grade plywood to cut. But what I tend to do is instead I just go to the hardware store and I buy hardboard, which is, it's a fiber board like MDF, but it's a little bit denser. And I just use that if I need to make things. I have a little box that I can show you guys. So this is, where is my remote? Having this top-down camera has been really sweet. So this is a little box that I made on the 10-watt diode laser. It just has these finger joints. There's an online app where you just give the dimensions of everything. You'd say, I want a box this size, I have this thickness of material, I want this many fingers in it, and then it will calculate. I think you also give it a kerf, which is like the gap between that the laser removes, and you give it all that info, and it gives you a plan, and it lets you cut this out. And this just fits in there. This isn't glued. You can see that it's wiggling there. But yeah, I would use like the 1/8 inch hardboard, because you can buy a sheet of it for, I don't know, $15 at one point, something like that. Whereas buying a square sheet of 1/8 inch Baltic birch plywood is maybe $20. I don't know, several dollars. So there's economies of scale is what you're taking advantage of there. Let me get my activity feed a little bit better there. So I need to find out if I can laminate with an iron. And this is another example of my belief in finding alternative uses for things or adapting existing products to a new purpose. It's like, so printers, they sell you a printer at the cost of making it or even cheaper so that they can get you on the ink, basically. The only way around that seems to be a toner style printer, not an inkjet printer. Inkjet printers, I've heard the ink by weight costs more than gold by weight, something like that. So it's an absolute scam. And if you can print in just black and white, then use toner cartridges. So I've gotten a printer that does that and works great, for what I need at least. So my thought was, when I saw that the, basically this guy, the laminating machine, was cheap, my first thought was, it's another printer. They're gonna get me on the ink, on the pouches, which is what I've bought here. 65 pouches, I think was $18, something like that. I haven't opened these yet, so I'm curious to see how they actually look. But I figured, instead of having yet another weird tool laying around, getting in the way, why don't I try to find an alternative? And I was reading that, how the heck have they glued this in there? Good grief. Just want the laminating pouch. I was reading that you can use an iron. So we're gonna test that. So I'll pull out a sheet and maybe read instructions. Place item inside thermal pouch. Insert sealed end of pouch into laminator. Do not cut pouches or machine-made jam. That's good to know. Seal item in laminator and do not pull pouch through laminator. So as far as I understand, laminating machines, they take a few minutes to heat up. You can buy little office grade ones. You can buy more industrial sized ones. there's a lot of options. So instead of just getting the cheapest one that happened to be in stock at the local store that has things, I decided to just get the component that I truly needed. So I'm saving about 30 bucks thus far. We'll see how much I use this. I think really all this discussion, all this really does for me is at the end of the day, I just don't have another thing sitting around that doesn't get used all the time. So here we go. I've got an iron. This was given to me by a friend. And now I'm cleaning everything because I have a wet wipe out. So you just got to use it all up. I guess we could clean this side too. Why not? What I was reading on good old Reddit is an iron and a towel. An iron on a high setting with a towel as kind of a barrier to the paper and the plastic should do the trick. Now, the kind of funny thing is I can't plug the iron in this room in good conscience because the house we live in, I don't think the circuit to this room could handle the streaming, the lights, and a 1400 watt iron. So I had to use this guy. I believe I purchased this from Harbor Freight. Don't quote me on that for sure. But all this does is you plug this into a live outlet. It turns this on. It puts a signal onto the wires, and you can trace the signal back to your breaker panel. And for this particular one, you hold it in a particular orientation. You turn it on, you run it along all the breakers, and it gets a baseline. When you run it through the second time, it tells you which breaker this is tied to. Now, this is an incredible tool because I plugged this into the room I'm in, went to my breaker, and I discovered, okay, this breaker feeds this room. Then I moved this to a nearby outlet in the living room, traced it out with this at the breaker panel, and it was a different breaker. So I have, drum roll please, an extension cord for my iron from the living room. I wouldn't recommend this, maybe even in the slightest, because you're not supposed to run high wattage appliances or things on extension cords. The part of this that I'm okay with, I guess, is that this is a 12 gauge extension cord. I have charged my electric car with it, and it would pull an equivalent amount of wattage, and it does fine. So I'm gonna trust it for this. Welcome back, Choose. We got a raid. So we are carrying on. We're gonna do some laminating to test for a project of mine. Welcome back. So why don't I dial this up to a low-high heat. This is saying linen and cotton on this setting, and we're going to place this and hopefully not forget it. I have had some bad experiences with irons and steamers in the past. Poor me. So, from our instructions, we're seeing that we need to lay... This is getting covered. There's a lot of static clinging to this. Hopefully that doesn't become a problem. So we need to lay this in to the pouch and then apply heat. And our goal is to eventually do it to something like this. Potentially I could make this again quite quickly on the laser. So maybe we will eventually try to do it to that. But why don't we try these scraps first? This pouch should fit a whole sheet. I don't think my laser will quite get a whole sheet, but it's good to have. They said not to cut the sheet down, at least for the laminating machine, because that might jam it. So maybe we're circumventing that and we can actually modify this a little bit. I've got this little blower deal, which is pretty cool. We looked at it a couple weekends ago. I'm just gonna use it to kind of blow off. That's a little bit too much some of this junk that is accumulating here on this laminating pouch. This iron is kicking off quite well. Everything feels good temperature-wise. I do have a temperature thermometer deal, and we'll be using this to get some ideas. I basically want to track what works here is essentially the main goal. So we'll track our temperatures, kind of what we do here, maybe how long it takes, maybe the thickness of paper, things like that. And we'll try to get something that works reliably so that we can do it the first try once we actually build the part that we want to ship. Let me get some more scrap. Something I want to write on. I guess while the iron's heating up, I can show you guys what the laser has been doing. And then I'll grab a piece of scrap back here. We'll use a new page maybe. We'll splurge a little bit. I hate using new sheets. I save all these little scraps so I can scribble on them. Scribbling on scraps. I have these really cool white gel pens. And I can't find my favorite one. I had a couple. There it is. Just blow my nose for a second here. Juice, I'm going to iron it. So I have a laminating sheet, and we're just trying to bypass purchasing a laminating machine, because why own one if I don't have to, is my basic thought. But yeah, we've got some little sheets of paper. We'll put them in the laminating pouch. Supposedly, if you put a towel on top of that and then use an iron on high heat for a certain amount of time, you can get the lamination pouch to go off. So we're going to do some testing and kind of Just gonna pull you guys up on the big mic here for a moment. And we'll swap over to our camera 3, which is gonna point in a weird direction. Turn off tracking. Point the other way. The other way. The other way. Hello! Thank you guys for the messages. I missed the part where someone said it was on mute, and then why did it swap back? Oh, and then saw all the follow-up messages, like I'll try to get his attention. It's like, what is going on? So ironically, you probably heard me say that I was gonna mute to blow my nose. I forgot to unmute, but the receiver also died. So who's really at fault here? Who's really at fault? So I think I can just plug it in. I've got a battery right here already. So let's try that. I'll probably go double. You guys, once it goes. That's kind of interesting. So we're actually testing a new mic today. From Small Rig. It's the S70. It just came out. It's a little clip mic. Like I have it right there. I do also have a very similar product from Hollyland, and this is what I'm comparing it to. They're very much competing products, but they look like that. They clip behind your shirt. It has the transmitter behind. Yeah, I'm just comparing them. I'm hoping the Small Rig has a little bit stronger transmitting strength, because the little one from Hollyland has had issues when I turn away from it. It has actually lost connection when I walk away from the camera before, which is not cool, but that may have been the circumstances. So I'll do a proper side-to-side test, share that info at least on stream with the people that may care, and then I may or may not make a video about it. But now I have the receiver plugged in and charging, and it picked back up, so I was doubled there for a second, but we should be good at the moment. But let me catch up on chat. You guys are funny. Thank you for the compliment on the room, Luna. Yeah, it's been a lot of work. Even today, we did a lot of work. We mounted. Oh, it wasn't double. Maybe I just caught it too soon. This should be double. I would think there's enough latency that it would echo a little bit. But we'll be back here. I've got the. We're back on the little one. I'll turn the mic arm off. Yeah, that should be double. There should be a transmitting latency wirelessly. So, but yeah, Luna, we mounted a. Where did my remote go? A arm up here. Does this work? I'm supposed to be able to point. Yeah, I can point. Cool. So we mounted that today, and it's holding this light box over this table. So now we get to use this table to do some projects on, which is super cool. Yeah, that's about all we've done. It took a really long time. I kept running into issues, and what I had to do first was clean, because where I'm standing, I could not stand before. So, but I'll zoom in a touch here, and we'll go back to the overhead, and I'll catch you guys back up on what I was saying. So, as I was saying, we're using these thermal pouches. I'm avoiding purchasing a laminating machine as long as I can. So we're gonna try to just use the consumable part. And I've read that you can use a towel and an iron. So we've got an iron here warming up. I think it's telling me that it's ready. So we're gonna try to track some of the data here, but the lasers that I've been using, it just removes the dye at a very low setting, or it can cut through the paper. But you can get really, really fine detail. These are a bunch of basically test charts for the different things, but I like to write down what worked. So I did the first test of the traced image that I did of the map of the Earth, and I wrote down my settings so I can duplicate them in the future. This is a dithered image of myself when I was about 5 for a family portrait, looking smug as fuck for some reason. But I like to, I'll make these little pictures, cut them out, and then I'll leave them around the house for my wife to find. She loves it. But yeah, that was meant to stall while the iron was heating up, and then I didn't turn my microphone on, and now here we are. So let's try to laminate. Luna, don't do me like that. I see a live preview. I just can't tell audio from the side. So I have a random piece here. We've got some sheets to burn. There's all kinds of little crap here that's probably gonna get in the sheet because it's staticky as fuck. But let's give this a try. I probably shouldn't do it on this. This seems like it would melt. So maybe that's a good idea that I just thought of. This will hold up a little bit better, being mostly wood fiber. And maybe we put the towel between. So I'm gonna write down what we do. I'm gonna cut this sheet in half. I have scissors right here. And I'm gonna take some notes. I always try to take notes for this stuff so I know what to do later. I have too many projects to keep it all straight, so I would be the one to forget something. So that it would show your hands at the bottom instead of on the right side. So I won't. The way that the this camera setup works is the software takes it in and it produces what it calls a virtual camera. And it's basically projecting one camera at a time. In OBS, if I turn it, then if I switch to this scene, I would be turned, which sucks. I thought there was a way around it by plugging in the cameras individually, and that's when I was doing my webcam testing probably a couple months ago. I never seemed to get that working, but this works really well. The only other way to do it is just to mount the camera 90 degrees. So I'd either need to mount behind and bring it out, or make some kind of bracket. We could 3D print an L bracket pretty easily. That might be a fun project. There's actually some stuff that I need to write stuff down as I go. Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate. I don't know, maybe, hey, why don't we try it? Can I, in the software, pick a camera, go to its image settings, and then adjust it? I can adjust stuff like saturation. And contrast. Actually, that don't look so bad. Huh. Not super strong. Either way, that's cool. Hue. And sharpness. Oh, I should look at sharpness. Because it's already 4K. I mean, probably doesn't need much. Hell, I would actually rock that lower. Thanks for bringing that up. It's gotten me into the settings. Hello. Shazvre Kyle? Shazvre. Sometimes I say it easier the first time. Welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, we're trying to see if I can turn my camera, because over there our top-down camera is disorienting for people. But I can't do it in OBS, so I'm trying to see if there's a way to do it inside the software that I have to use to get these cameras to communicate properly. And so far, no luck. I don't know why this cam has autofocus off. We'll turn that on. And while I'm here, I'm actually going to turn the sharpness down. Doing well, and either just Shaz or Kyle works. Well, welcome in, Shaz. Glad you're doing well. Fantastic. Luna said, like I said, no worries. I'm used to resting your head on your left shoulder. You're so sassy. God damn it. I love it and I hate it. So looking through the more settings, I can mirror the image, which won't help. Let me know when your neck gets tired on the one side, and I'll just mirror the image and you can rest it on the other side. I can change like the control input so that it makes sense when I press the remote controls. But I'm not seeing a way of swapping things to portrait. This will probably be something to dig into, because if I can set it for the camera, then I don't have to worry about it in the OBS side. We have all the tracking stuff. I don't think... all I heard was sassy and awesome. Purely love. It works. It works. Okay, we'll carry on. We'll just have to get a chiropractor visit for Luna so that they can rest their neck. But we should be all squared away over here. Sorry for being horizontal confusing for you guys. But we're about to laminate some stuff. We've been pre warming up this iron for a very long time. So what is my goal? I've got an hourglass that would kind of be an ironic thing to use as a timer. It probably doesn't make sense to use as a timer. I'll probably just try to use my phone since I don't have a better alternative. So I'm going to try to get this clean. And as far as I understand the instructions so far, we just need to lay this into the pouch and heat it up. If it's a pouch, I'm assuming there's an open side. And so far, okay, this side, the long side, that makes some sense, maybe a little bit easier. Okay, so we have just a random scrap. If I knew how long I was going to keep this in there, I would write the length of time on there so it like seals it in. Oh, it's only sealed on one side. That makes a lot of sense. So what I was reading is this might take even a couple minutes. So I'm going to try to flatten the towel behind it. The towel is going to kind of act as a heat diffuser and hopefully not burn the wood. Maybe we need to slide that over more. So we've got that in there. We'll try to be scientific here. So test one is going to be on a low, we'll call it low side of high heat. That way I don't get really confused. And we're gonna lay that on top. I'm gonna apply a little bit of down pressure. I'm hoping that's kind of centered. And why don't I just start a timer for 2 minutes. Let me see if I can do a split screen with chat here. So I can at least see the timer counting down. Oh, Luna says they sold their old laminator a few weeks ago. You're an expert then. You're an expert. So here we are, holding an iron, making things happen. 2 minutes. This is the part of the stream that everybody has been waiting for all day. Gotta watch this guy hold an iron. You've been using one since 2002. Nice. I don't know that I've ever used a laminator, and I've honestly hardly used an iron. I usually use steamers nowadays. And another thing we did today was put the curtains up. So that's something. I need to steam the curtains. Funnily enough, maybe when this iron's done, I can just iron it on the wall and get it all to get it all to flatten out or something like that. Might be good. Luna, how have you been? Haven't seen you in a little bit. Hope everything's well with you and your family. We've got about 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left on the timer. We can get a little bit of a closer zoom in here. There we go. Okay, time is just about up. And that camera stops. So we're just over 2 minutes. We'll take a peek at it. We're not fully laminated. Look at this shit. Yeah, damn it. I'm probably supposed to move this around. But yeah, this is 2 minutes in. This is what we've achieved. Yeah, we're gonna go for longer for sure. This needs to like get fully saturated. So I'll just write that 2 minutes in, not enough. Slash need to move iron. And I'm writing this because I can't remember stuff week to week, and I usually only get to stream on the weekends. So when I come back to a project like this, I need something to help. Let's run this timer for longer. I will make a new one for 4 minutes. And I'm gonna leave this over here for a while. Maybe a minute. And then I'm gonna start moving this around. Luna suggested just a higher temp, less time, need to move more. I agree. I think that's the way it's going. I'll probably turn this up to max heat and run it that way. But I'm trying to be good and not iterate too quickly inside of one test. But yeah, I do think that is the way that this is gonna go. I'll probably have this on max heat and then just find an amount of time for a given area that kind of makes sense. But Luna says they've been good, everything's going forward. It's easy to say it like that. We can catch up at some point. There's been stuff. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'd love to catch up with you. I know you keep super late hours, but maybe next weekend we'll both be free, or even if we just chat on Discord or something like that. I need to. I did a little bit of work on my Discord last night, and I'm actually kind of excited about it now. Let me just massage this piece of paper between this towel while I talk to you guys about Discord. I'm hoping, my dream is to create a space where people that are trying to learn a skill, share a skill or make things can come together and help each other, is the basics of it. And I think Discord could maybe be the place to test that out. So I'm going to try to structure it in a way where there's kind of like a feed from me for the stuff that I'm doing, like updates, channel updates, behind the scenes, stuff like that. And then I'm hoping people can reference that in a thread or a text channel and discuss, but not actually break up the chronological order of it, so that people can still go through and it's somewhat condensed and it's chronological and everything. But I'll try to find a way on there, maybe with threads or something, that people can share their projects and their ideas, and people that might have more experience with that can jump in. So for me, I'm not much of a graphic designer, but I know a lot of people that are. So it'd be cool for me to share a project on there and say, hey, any graphic designers out there, I'm trying to make this. Can I get any feedback, critiques, recommendations, or just straight up help? And for that, it would kind of work on like I'll try to help you with a project at some point if I can, or we just, whoever has the time to help out with something like that. I think that would be really cool. The dream would be like a website where people can share the stuff that they make, and then also raise a ticket for help. And then there'd be some kind of social currency or something like kudos, where, hey, you helped me out, therefore you receive 5 points or whatever, and then you can spend those points to get help from other people, is kind of the thought. And maybe, yeah, there's a lot that you could do there. When is this timer going to be done? But that's kind of the idea. I think it'd be a lot of fun. It's kind of what I do already. Like, I have a lot of friends that reach out if they have like computer questions, and I try to help them out. And then if I need help with graphic design or something like that, I can always reach out to people. So it already exists, but it'd be neat to have it where it doesn't just go through friends, it can go through strangers as well. So then you could really access that video editor that has time, who's been video editing for 20 years or something. He can spend 5 minutes and help you. That would be really cool. Swap back over here. Okay, we're over the 4-minute timer. Let's see how we've done. We are getting there. Down here is getting really close. So I'm gonna say yes. Luna, you are absolutely correct. 4-minute in. With moving iron. Started to see. Started to see. Oh, fuck. I don't know how to spell adhesion. Adhesion. I'm gonna go with that. I'm not great at spelling, so we'll go with that. Yeah, this lower corner, some of the air bubbles around the paper have started to go away. And then up here, maybe not so much. Also, it's a lot tighter, like it's formed better around the lip of the paper here, and not so much up here. So we're not getting as much heat up here. I'm guessing the heating element might be lower in this, so we'll try to center the base more. Yeah, dang. Baking paper works better than cloth. That's another good idea. I need to get some wax paper just as a backing for some of these projects so that stuff doesn't stick. So I need to get, here, let me make a list. Get baking paper. And wax paper. I do have some PVA glue coming for what I wanted to do with that. But yeah, it's this, you know, it's all an experiment. So we'll call this, we're still on test 1. This is test 1. So we're going to, as Luna suggests, use the thicker part of the iron. We'll go for another 4 minutes, and we're going to try to heat that upper portion just a little bit more. So yeah, higher temp, less time. Also need to write that down. This is like chewing bubble gum and tapping your head or whatever. Walking and chewing bubble gum, is that it? It's hard to spin iron and write. Going another 4. I can't move an iron and write. 4 minutes. Now high heat. Using center mass of iron. We'll call it something like that. I see what you're saying, Luna, about since it's been heated for a few times now and it's almost done. Yeah, it should work as I don't use the mist setting accidentally. Like that. This iron's bone dry. It's been sitting for 5 years. But I see what you're saying, like thermal overshoot. Let's check it here at about 2 minutes in. Yep. I dare say that they're be overcooked. I don't know how to fix that. I mean, high setting now, who knows what the difference between low high and high high. That could be like another 600 watts. Seems like we were overcooking the top there, but I also don't know how it's normally supposed to look partway through, so I think we'll try to go the full length. I also don't know if you can just keep reheating this to like try again and again. Top part is opening back, so it's failing. Is it something that can go together? Is that just part of the process, or is that just a failure? Oh no, I definitely hear it. It's not happy. It's not happy. Yeah, this is so much hotter than the low-high setting. Okay, well that's test 1, everybody. Opening up, you can fix it. So what I was hearing was it was bubbling. The air was expanding, but it was trapped. And then it would move that bubble around. The bottom looks better, for sure, but I don't like those little trapped. Let me get this at an angle that's not reflecting the world to you. It has all these little trap bubbles. These little trapped air bubbles in there. So maybe more pressure will help, but I like how sturdy this is feeling. That feels a lot more substantial. I'd feel a lot better sending that to somebody than just a random sheet. So I think 4 minutes might be too long for the high temp, so we're gonna set 3 minutes. We're gonna pause that, and we'll cut this piece down, and we'll grab another sheet. We're just gonna use full sheets at this point. You know, 65 sheets is a lot, so I'm not gonna try to be super frugal with it at this moment. Another thing to consider is the fact that we have the back as well. I should write down the thickness of these. I should really be more scientific here. So we'll just lay that in there like so. I think we'll shift this over to the left a little bit. Lay that on tap. All right, we're gonna start our timer. 3 minutes, high heat, and centering the dial over everything, basically. Lunacard says, once you get into it, 65 sheets won't be enough. Luckily, I'm like 3 minutes from a store that has a lot of sheets, so I should be all good. Are we? Yeah, we're still working. Stream be freezing for me, my little preview, but we're good. So we'll see how this goes. We're gonna call this test 2. I will write down test 1 was towel both sides. And what else did I want to write? There was something else I thought. I forgot. Okay, so did that. Now we're test 2. And wish I'd just quote what I was doing. Towel both sides. Towel. Crap. Both sides. High heat. For 3 minutes. Luna says, not sure if seeing it right, but the cloth also moves a bit. Baking paper also fixes that since there's less friction. Yeah, it's kind of waxy almost. Remember that the bigger part is the hotter part than the tip. I do need to kind of center up more, you're right. I can hear it peeling back, I think. That bubble. Should I hold it like firmly? I'm gonna push down hard. Small circles, nice and hard. Damn it. Let me take a sip of drink. Biscuits. It's an audio note for myself later. The small rig receiver ran out of battery after about 6 hours, but the Holyland seemed to last a decent bit longer than that. It's charging now. Okay. Luna's saying use force to fix the bubbles and flatter. Okay, we're 3 minutes in. Let's take this off and see. Okay. Okay. I guess I should probably keep it flat as it cools. But that's a much better result. So high heat is good. The 3 minutes might be enough. 3 minutes. Yeah. Okay. And then I think, yeah, we should just try with a bit more pressure and smaller circles. So we'll say test 3, so I'm not writing while I'm doing it. We're gonna do same as before, but now with pressure. And small circles.
I think that might just work with it. Did you give me a Prime sub, Luna? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That could go to literally any streamer. There's millions of us. But you picked me. I appreciate that. Actually, for the bubbles on this bad boy, we are doing good. Very little bubbles. And this is almost fused around the edge. We're quite close. The orange peel is interesting. Obviously, this is going to be super... it's not going to be the flattest thing. But maybe temperature can be balanced to achieve a better result. But we're going to try pressure. That should give us more heat. I think I need to start writing on these. I think a Sharpie might work better. Which versions these are. So this is test 2. This is an ugly Sharpie, God. I have another one. This was test 1. That's a much better Sharpie. I'm actually going to throw that other one away. We don't need none of that here. All right, Luna said, not all of us laminate through cloth. Yeah. Fair enough. You got to put your primes where it counts. And apparently laminating through cloth is where it is. Okay, you got to remember that using cloth when it's not a hard surface won't be as flat. Maybe that's where the ripples are coming from then. So why don't we'll test this next one. We'll do test 3 because we already wrote it out. Same as before, but now with pressure. Small circles. So we're going to focus on pressure this time. See if that changes anything. If that doesn't, we'll do a test 4 on a flat surface. And if that is improving, we might try on an aluminum back. An aluminum plate on the back, because that's going to pull the heat. Actually, to me, that sounds like a really fucking good idea on both sides. But we have to do one thing at a time for the moment. There's some technique. I don't know if you watch Nighthawk and Light, Luna, but amazing videos. Guy figures out how to make stuff. Hey, Zach. Thanks for stopping by. We're laminating stuff with an iron. We're doing science. But yeah, Nighthawk and Light, amazing videos. And he gives all the information out for free. He makes cheap versions of like hard to find. Like he made the, you know that super, super black paint that you could only get if you like a corporation or something. He made his own dupe of that was like passable, and then like gave the recipe out in the video. Super cool stuff. I'm gonna be using some of his ideas for different projects and things. Yeah, Vanta Black. But yeah, Nighthawk and Light, amazing channel. But he was covering some process. I think it's a Japanese testing structure. Go figure. And let me start my timer here. And we'll go over to our other camera so we can get a nice view of, I think that was the wrong button. There we go. Me ironing on my desk. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to this place where I iron things. But it was some kind of testing structure where, let me give this more pressure, small circles, center up the iron, let's go. I'm locking in, guys. I've got this. Full pressure now, full pressure. Some prime stuff here. It was some type of testing structure where you wouldn't iterate one thing at a time. You strategically iterate a couple things or something like that. And he like lined it out as a grid, and you could test, like if you had, you're testing two variables in a bunch of different combinations, it's almost like you worked diagonally and you would infer all the other testing. So you didn't have to do 64 tests, you only had to do 8 and vary it enough times. I hear it bubbling up. I'm gonna give ultimate pressure here. We're only a minute in, so what the fuck? This actually sounds horrendous. I think we're gonna have a straight fail here. Pressure makes sense that we'd have a lot more heat transfer, but I'm just over here doing my thing. I don't even know if I'm centered up the right way anymore. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Luna does, though. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's not high, though. Well, 3 minutes is, yeah, if we were just getting it with 3 and low to no pressure, our high pressure would absolutely be going way too much. Not sure this is supposed to be an 18 plus stream at the moment. It really is, just because I never know if I'm gonna really sit in with a joke or not. And I'm perfectly willing to, but it's Twitch, and it's, I think a little bit of it is assumed. Really, you need to mark things as like eligible for young audiences and just assume everybody else is more or less 18 plus. Then again, I want to be a little bit approachable. Like I was saying earlier, like a lot of this, I'm thinking of my younger self, not knowing any of these fun hobbies. And I'm like trying to teach that kid how do thing. Okay, we're 3 minutes in. I got pretty lax there. And the results, meh. We definitely got the pulling back, as Luna calls it. We got plenty of heat on most of it. And it started separating and bubbling like a minute in, which could be good. Like, we don't want this to take forever. We've got a lot of heat. Thank you. Switch game. Thank you. So, this is the result. Let me angle this a little bit better in the light. Not thrilled. Should leave it flat to fully do its thing here. It's not perfectly flat. Seems like I would almost say, I feel like we overheated up here, but maybe we didn't. It started doing its pulling back, it's kind of bubbling at one point, and I felt like I was just moving the bubble around. So we have, though, I would say that time we got all of our air bubbles out. At least right in the main immediate area compared to this one. And that's test 1. Yeah, heat mostly going, yeah, left and right, not so much up and down. I am holding the iron that way. It's funny how this is iron shaped in the way that I was holding it. Yeah, fair enough. So this one had more bubbles. The bottom right corner of this one has some bubbles. This was test 2. This is test 3. And maybe there's some bubbles in the top right. Maybe. So I will be right back. I gotta check through my lurks. I've got a friend that just started streaming, so I gotta get them tabbed up. Give them some support. All right, we'll let the iron reheat. We'll just claim what that is.
And let me go to my lurks. I am currently lurking on myself because we got a raid. Let's catch that person, this person, and that one. Then I've been better. I need to go to my tab. Let the tab load. And then I count. Too many times I open up like 5 tabs and never go to it. But let's go back through and close a few. I think some people have left. And we got some new ones in. There we go. Close my lurk. Group there, and we are back. There's clearly leakage on the top right corner, and you can see how it's changing color and gathering air bubbles. Okay. Not a circle motion as it should be, since not in a circle motion as it should be, since it's in the top right corner leaking air. Interesting. Okay, so we need to position better. And but the heat's good. The time's pretty close. Interesting here too. There's some depth to this where it actually like etched deeply. There's air bubbles there. I would want that to fill if I could. A bit bigger circle should be just fine. Okay. Do we, Luna, since we have your expertise in chat, should we continue with the towel on both sides, or should we try another one, slightly bigger circles, but no towel underneath? Thank you. You're basically my producer at this point. Thank you. Yeah, so we have some bubbles here in this deeper section where it got etched deeper, but I think we've got the good adhesion like we were saying. We just need to figure out if this is too little heat or what exactly is happening up here. But do we go flat down, towel over, or do we go double towel still and just try again with the slightly bigger circles? Really try to pay attention to where we're putting it. This had a lot of pressure. We tried to do more pressure. We did our small circles. So I'm gonna say small circles was an X. Pressure was a yes. So we'll probably iterate on this. Let me set up the next one and give you a chance to reply. All you hear on your ear, switch to 2, focus on paper, switch to 3, and rotate. All you hear on your ear, switch to 2, focus on paper, switch to 3, and rotate. Yeah, yeah, you being the producer. There's ways of having switchers that have remote control. Even pan, tilt, and zoom cameras can have remote control, so you can switch remotely and focus a camera. I thought that would be fun, and have like have my wife do it for an episode or something. And then I realized it would probably be like what the AI was doing earlier, and I was up on a ladder and it kept just focusing in on my ass. She'd probably be pulling that shit, which would be absolutely hilarious and a little bit unproductive at the same time. Okay, so we're gonna write on this one now. Test 3. Now that we're getting a methodology. So this is test 4. But the question remains, Luna, double towel or just the towel on top? We're gonna try medium circle. We'll call it medium circles just because we're trying to do more than small circles. So medium circles. Positioning with the pouch paper inside and remembering where the pouch is through the cloth while keeping the circular motion. Okay, so maybe double towels still? Or just, oh, try just the cloth on top. Okay, medium circles. We'll call it max heat. Do we, 2 minutes, I was about to ask. 2 minutes. Max heat at 2 mins. And towel, we'll say no towel on bottom. So we're testing a lot of variables here. Bottom, but I like it. So this is our test 4, which now I have to write down over there. What? Yeah, I see what you're saying. We're gonna fucking run through this shit quick. I'm gonna need to go order like a whole pallet of this stuff. God, that would be expensive. I think it was like $18 or something for 65 sheets. They're not like the cheapest things, so just making sure it's an actual flat spot, which it looks like it. And I guess I should always make sure there's no air bubbles trapped to begin with. Okay, towel on top. We know we're centered here. We're gonna keep some pressure. Number the 4. And we'll just see how it goes. You're mostly protecting the pouch so it won't overheat and crack. Okay. You need to remember that the heat won't disperse as well since there's no cloth on the bottom. Gotcha. Yep, it'll be more trapped. So let's set ourselves that 2-minute timer. Me looking at my 20-minute timer. We're starting. Let's go. Okay. Medium circles now. I'm gonna do an elliptical pattern to compensate for the angular displacement that we have currently. We've got a lot of angular displacement with the shape, so we need to maintain this. We're gonna keep decent pressure here. We're moving up and down, back and forth, getting her done, locking in. This is the quality stream content that everybody needs these days. I do like the idea of the baking paper though. That would transfer more heat, I would feel like, because it's so much thinner. Okay, we're a minute in. I haven't heard any bubbling. Good sign. I've got even pressure both sides, and I'm just trying to move to the top and to the bottom in an oval, because we know the width is plenty. Sounds so sus. Iron seems to be keeping up on its heat. Oh, it wasn't quite max. I just dialed it all the way up now. It's a little bit low. We gotta watch that. We gotta watch that. Maybe I'll tape it shut. Tape it down. Okay, we're trying to imagine where our paper is. Keep good pressure. Honestly, at this point, I might want a laminating machine. This takes effort. And if you fail, like, what chance do you have? Okay. Switching cam. The reveal. Hey, that ain't bad. Not enough heat. We still have our bubbling. Those sheep nowadays take about 15 seconds. Yeah, once they heat up. But this is a pretty good result. This is about, I want to keep testing the size of what we're going to do. The one thing about not, if I were to get a laminating machine, my concern is it won't be able to handle the final thickness of what I'm trying to do with this, because
I honestly think I want to add like maybe 10 sheets of paper together. Like build it up to a proper card. This is 0.1 mil. Thick, I believe. 0.1? Something like that. Pretty thin. You can lift it up so you can see if the circle motion is... Yes, I will. It was still hot, and one edge was lifting up, so I wanted to leave it kind of flat. And honestly, it's still pretty hot. But the circles, I think, were too small. I need bigger circles. I need a little more time. But we're starting to learn our limits. We're starting to learn what too little looks like and what too much looks like. Or at least we know what too little looks like. We haven't really established if you can make it too much. We don't know if the corners pulling up is too much or too little. But that was interesting. Interesting result. I'll just write test 4 up there because it's kind of fun. So, test 4's results, we'll say, you know what? The only thing that matters is the test that works and the info that's on that one. So I don't need to duplicate it here, but I do need to write down the errors. Has bubbles. We need, actually, test 5 would imply the changes that we thought we needed. See, the bottom cloth part dispersed the heat a bit too much. Yeah. Or did it trap it? Well, no, we're talking 2 minutes versus 3 minutes. That is a definable difference. But I do like these as they fully cool down. They really start to add a lot of strength to the paper. Okay, this was also a lot bigger than these other ones, but it's a lot closer in size here. So it makes sense that we kind of messed that one up. Okay, so we'll do this at the bottom, but why don't I put an aluminum sheet behind it? Or do we put the sheet on top? Where is my sheet of aluminum? I swear I saw it over here earlier. I do need some water. I've not had water in a while. Is it under here? I had a nicely sized sheet of aluminum. I don't want to keep saying the same thing that I just said, but I'm kind of a miss. There it is. I was looking at it from the side. So this, dearest Luna, this should work wonders for us. It's messy as hell. What the hell? But I imagine this would help spread heat, and it'll stay flat. So maybe this becomes our new back. And do we need to heat it up first? Ah, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, you think disperse the heat a bit too much, since test 4 does not have any leakage at all and no cracking. No need. Oh, look how much it's flexed from the heat difference. Edge to edge. That's kind of cool. It'll heat a lot of anyways. Yeah, that's fair. That was like 10 seconds. There we go. Let's pop back down. Can you imagine? Like, imagine this. Like, it'd be so much easier if they just made a machine that, like, heated itself up to a preset amount of time and then had, like, rollers to, like, pull the sheet through, and it would just, like, heat it and press it together at, like, the perfect amount. That would be an incredible... Somebody should make that. Somebody should make that. For sure. It'd be crazy. Okay, test 5. Test 5. We're going to go for 3 minutes. Yeah, what was it called again? You think you know what the machine is? Yeah, that's crazy. Test 5. 3 minutes. We're thinking about pressure. Medium to large circles. And we have no towel bottom. Bottom. Aluminum sheet. Bottom. Okay. All right. We're now 5 sheets. What's it called again? The pouchinator. That's funny, Luna. Okay. So we've got our pouch. This is a lot of fun, though. I don't know why this is so much fun. It's like kid science. Okay. I guess now I kind of have an idea. Like I could feel the iron rocking on the dissimilar surface. When I'm done with this, this is going to be the straightest towel ever. Okay. Make a new timer for 3 mins. And oh, I hit the wrong button. I think it's iron's heating up. I'm gonna give it a sec. Give it like 10 seconds. Actually, I never tested the heat. So that's about 80 degrees. We'll just stick to Celsius. Why is that so much hotter? It's saying 52 Celsius. I guess we'll check the heat on a good one right at the end. And maybe that will tell us something good. Maybe it will. Okay. Well, we gave the iron some time. We're going to hit start and going. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are ironing. We are trying to laminate with an iron, is what we're trying to do. When I went to the store, they did not have the laminating machine. So I just bought the laminating pouches, and apparently you can use an iron. So we're gonna waste a bunch of pouches and try to find an appropriate process to do this. And my expert in chat, Luna, is familiar with laminating machines. So we're trying to apply their expertise and get this stuff working. We're iterating. You know, we're writing down. We're doing science. It's fun. It's honestly fun. It says, of course, the cloth is warmer than the laminated pouch since it disperses the heat the most instantly. Yeah. I shall call it the pouchinator from now on. The pouchinator. Okay, applying a bit more pressure here. I think I'm centered up. I don't think I was centered up. We're gonna move up top a little bit more. We've got 1 more minute and about 5 seconds on this thing. So we're running about
30% longer than we were. On this test, we do have the plate on the back. We're going for longer, and we're trying to do the same pressure, but a little bit wider circles. Less time since you're using a plate on the bottom that heats fast as well. You think so? Yeah. It would conduct heat too, though, so maybe it would pull heat more evenly. Aluminum's really good at heat transmission. Heat radiates through aluminum really well, whereas copper conducts it better, but it doesn't radiate as far. That's why they combine those materials for heat sinks. And they use heat pipes, which are just like magic, basically. Okay, there we are. There's our 3 minutes on test 5. I wonder if you should like let it cool slowly or anything. Okay, as long as you don't touch the aluminum plate right after. So maybe I should like leave it, just pet it. Whisper sweet nothings to it. You're gonna do okay. You're gonna do great. You're gonna be the flattest sheet. You're gonna have no bubbles. You're gonna be perfectly laminated. The edges will be so crisp. You can do it. I'm so proud of you. You've got this. You don't think that has anything to do with it? Are you sure? It feels nice. It's a nice little sensory thing. Okay, what do we got here for test 5? Not enough heat is what I'm seeing, which is bizarre. Because every test before that seemed like it was having plenty. I mean, the iron wasn't like blinking that it was ready. Ah, shit. I feel like we're going backwards now, since it just has the cloth on top of it. At least I can kind of pick this all up and trust that it's going to stay somewhere flat so you guys can see. Yeah, bubbles, more delamination to the top. I think the aluminum is having the effect of just pulling the heat away, because I'm seeing it partially laminating way out here, like all the way to the edges. I probably just wasn't giving it any pressure for it to actually adhere to itself. I am kind of curious now, letting those intrusive thoughts win. What is that? Okay, so it's like all the way to here. Yeah, you think the iron was hotter before? I should put a kilowatt meter in line, and I can watch the wattage and make sure it's consistent each run. I own like 3 of those. I used to I tried out crypto mining for like 3 months, and the apartment I was staying in, I would trip breakers, so I got some kilowatt meters, and I was pulling like 1800 watts from a 20 amp circuit, and I pointed a fan at the breaker box so it wouldn't trip. Don't do that, kids. By the way, that's literally counteracting a safety measure. But yeah, we had free heat for a few winter months, and then luckily I got out of it before the summer, because that would have been god awful. That is actually pretty nice, since you're going to be cutting it to look nicer anyways. Yeah, this came out really flat. I got to give it that. Like, compared to this one, all these other ones, oh, it's just because it affected a bigger area, so it's stiffer and larger. That's why. So yeah, this is having the effect of spreading the heat out, but it's also sapping the heat. So we're applying more heat, or we're
dispersing our heat over a larger area, so we're having less effect in a localized area like we were trying to do. But could that mean we just put the iron in one spot? I wonder if we could do that. Hoosher says, why are you testing out laminating? Well, Hoosher, the store didn't have a laminator when I went to it. It's basically where we're at. I could have bought one. I could have ordered one online by now. But I was reading online. They said on Reddit, and you know Reddit, they're always right. They said I could use an iron on high heat with a towel, and it would work if I did it for a couple minutes. So my expert in chat, Luna, has been giving advice. They've used a laminator before, and we're trying to figure that out. It's a fun experiment at this point, but you know, as all things go, we are having a weird. You know, that's an interesting idea with a wet towel, because the steam wouldn't hurt the plastic, but the water would conduct the heat more. It would conduct the heat more. That might be something to test. I'm going to write that down. Where do I want to write that? On the back, maybe? Wet towel? I would be curious. So, our test 5. Results. We pulled a lot more heat away, but it had a really even effect. So we need more heat, more time, but we'll see. Do I usually do paper crafts? Yeah, I would say that's kind of what we're working on. I have a laser. Which camera? We'll go to this one. Maybe it'll track me over here. So right here in frame, this is a Galvo UV laser. It's really fast, very, very precise. And it is my paper craft tool, pretty much, at the moment. I have etched this on black cardstock. It is just a time zone calculator for myself. And totally custom to me. I don't have to use widgets anymore. I have a cool little physical card, but a friend of mine wants one now. So we're trying to figure out laminating so I could eventually laminate it. But I also want to make it thicker and double-sided so we can have daylight savings on one side. Then eventually I think we're just going to make one out of metal, I think is what it's going to come down to. Whether we just etch a mark and like engrave it ourselves by hand if the laser can't do it, or if we like let it physically dig in and then put it in an enamel coating or something. But let me catch up with the chats. I see some exciting stuff out there. I do some paper crafts, but I'm more generally a maker. I like making stuff. I want to make a sim racing rig. So we'll build that out of wood, and I've got the wheel and stuff like that. I've got the computer, the monitor. I just need the adjustable components within that, and I want it to do flight sims, car racing sims, and also be a gaming space as well. You have 2 3D printers and building a CNC machine. Hell yeah. What's your, I've never messed with CNC, but what are you going to be capable of doing? Is it just going to be wood? Maybe a little bit of aluminum? Is it going to be capable of steel? That'd be crazy. I have I started with an ANET A8 about 11 years ago, the fire hazard of a printer. Then I got a Tronxy Core XY. Both both those were pretty much shit. And then I got an Ender 3 and had to upgrade the shit out of it to even keep it running. And then I got a Bamboo Labs P1P 3 years ago, and haven't looked back. I also haven't used it in a while. It is up in a cabinet. I'll eventually have a camera to point at it, and we'll be doing some simple stuff. But yeah, make a jig out of 3D printing so you can flip it. So there is a problem with that. These are some of the tests that I did when I got the Galvo laser, and somewhere in here, I might show you that sheet as an example. I may have cut it out, which I kind of hate. I like keeping all these. This is a 0.0, yeah, that's a good example. So this is a 0.06 millimeter dot size. So yeah, that's a nozzle size for 3D printing. That's like the bigger. The 0.04 is pretty common. But, or is this a line interval? I can't remember. That's why. That might be the line interval as it goes up, not the actual dot width. But my laser is capable of 0.008. So like, is that 60, no, not 60 times, but 10, yeah, I think that's 60 times smaller than what's there. And you can already see the resolution capable there. So that's the thing. Appreciate that heads up. We're not getting the battery life out of this small rig. To be fair, the other part died and then I didn't switch it out, but we'll go dark again for us. Actually, we won't. You'll hear double in a second. I pull this one out. So we got officially, is that 7.5 hours out of the transmitter. Sorry, hearing double. So we got, for my notes, biscuit is my keyword to find that later. We got 7.5 hours out of the transmitter, brand new component, and I think it was around 6 hours, maybe 7 hours. The receiver went dead. It's been charging ever since, just fine off the Cinna battery. So interesting. Okay, we are going to swap back. We're now on the second mic. So we should be good for another, let's go for another 7 hours. I don't have work tomorrow. Thank you for the follow. Hushir. How would you want me to say your name? I would probably read it as Hushir, which is a lot of fun to say. It's like trying to struggle and say Worcestershire sauce. Who's here? Dude. I'm a fucking idiot. I should have been able to read that. Yeah, I'll just mispronounce it every time. I'll just call you who's here. Who's here? No, who's here? That's actually kind of funny when you pop in chat. You're like, who's here? Is who's here? That's like the Abbott and Costello skit. Who's on first? What's on second? That whole thing. I grew up. I had that on cassette tape. All right, so we got our paper sheets. I think we're gonna need more test sheets. We're starting to struggle a little bit. We're having some mixed results. We had been making good progress with the towels, then we decided to swap it up, and now we're having new challenges and problems. Oh, and at least it's not the other name people thought your name was. That's fair. Yeah, okay, to be fair, I'm not gonna lie. When I read it, I paused for a second. I'm like, I'm not gonna say what I think their name is at first. I'm just gonna address what they said, and then I'll read it again later. And I'm glad I did, because anyway, you know any other, yeah. It happens sometimes. Sometimes stuff happens like that. So, okay, so we've got our test 5. We know we didn't get enough heat, but we went to our, recent maximum time. We're distributing the heat a lot more, and that's why we're losing it. So I don't know if the aluminum sheet makes sense, but I like it at the same time. We're gonna go back. We're gonna backtracking now. We're gonna set that sheet to the side. As excited as I was about it, we're gonna do what are we gonna do? How do I wanna, I think, rip this in the half. In the whole half. What if I cut it? My English fails after about 5.5 hours or so. Try to slide the iron on the towel while it's wet. I like the idea, not gonna lie. And I am willing to test it at some point, but I'm trying to avoid too many big new changes, because like what I did there, it's created a lot of stuff and I don't know how to. It's just like what I do when I'm dialing in the laser and trying to understand what actually happens. I have to go really slowly. Because the laminator rules, the paper when heated. Yep. So we've got some more tests laid out. I've got some more time, a little bit of time. Let's do another test. We're gonna do towel both sides, like we had. And what I'm thinking here is maybe it's trapping the heat. It's insulating it more, so it builds up more. So we're gonna do test 6. Test 6. At this point, I'm gonna buy a laminator. This is so much. Do I have a hair straightener? I have access to one. Like one that wouldn't get me killed if I used it. Test 6. Towel both sides. That's our main change here. Towel both sides. And we're gonna do we'll do 3 minutes. And medium to large circles. Medium/large circles. Maybe use it as a test. It would be interesting if you could just like visually see the whole thing right there. But I think the iron is supposed to be the way, because it keeps it flat. It can't bend. I think once you heated that up enough, it might bend the wrong way. But those do have a pretty fine-tuned temperature, at least. Large circles. All right, that's test 6. We'll see. This might be the greatest last test. Maybe we get the good result now. Maybe we get a good result now. All right, there's our top. Gonna lay this in there. Shift it over a little bit. Make sure everything gets nice and flat. Can't be ironing any wrinkles in. And then I guess I'll just kind of press to Make sure that's all good. We got our 3-minute. Thank you. 3-minute timer. How low can the laser go? In terms of like minimum effect on material, like in temperature. This laser doesn't affect by temperature. It's UV. I have another laser that affects more by temperature, but it would be pretty tough. You'd basically spend 10 to 15 minutes watching it slowly move side to side. That's a good idea. I like the idea of repurposing. All right, we're gonna keep good pressure here. You know what? Maybe I just move up and down. Keep it simple. And hope. Should I go slower? Let the heat kind of build up in one spot. Has to be strokes. It really does. I think the best part's when we watch it from this angle and it's just me off in the corner. Stoking my iron. Circle motion is the way to go. What if we do figure 8? What about that shit? Okay, I heard the bubble. Do you like it when I do the figure 8? Or do you think just the circular motion? Not up and down, maybe for smaller pieces. Yeah, just trying to use logic. Makes sense. That's all we can do. All right, 1 minute to go. I'm doing everything. I'm really trying to get this one to cook. We've got the swirls, the figure 8s, circles, the ovals, the ups and downs. And we lost a viewer there. It was too hot. Oh, for sure. It was too hot. You guys are funny. All right, 30 seconds to go. We're nearly there. I'm just hoping that at the end of all this, we do actually get a really good result that rivals a laminating machine. I don't want to buy a laminator. I have so many random gadgets and tools. I don't feel like I need a laminator, but maybe I do. Especially if I'm going to use a lot. All right, the reveal. That is pretty damn good. So I think the towel both sides is really helping. I think it's trapping the heat. I'm going to try something here though. Yeah. I'm going to lay this down to try to keep this flat. It does actually show me better that we didn't get as much heat on the outsides, maybe. You think the best test number will be 42? Yeah, when we get to 42, that'll be life, the universe, and everything. And that's all there can be, is 42. Maybe sandwich the sheets. Like... have multiple sheets together, like do multiple tests and have them all together so there's like a giant hot pot of sheet. Okay, this was test 6. Probably our last test for the evening. I like how much heat was transferred. I'm gonna turn the iron off. Switch the paper with aluminum. Yeah. Then I wouldn't need to laminate it. That would work. Bubble-wise, pretty close to perfect. There's a few faint bubbles, and then obviously on the cooler side of the iron. Obviously we didn't get as far down. I hate that that's such a thing. Like if we peel this, it probably goes straight up to the paper. Very, very nearly to the paper. So we really didn't get any adhesion back there. That's not going to be very strong. The line, the edge is pretty consistent. I'd love to see it lay in there more. And that's my main concern too, is with a laminator, is it going to get all the way to those edges, or do I have to do something? I guess there's no reason I couldn't do this again. I mean, one that's not like totally bubbled up, I can probably keep heating it as long as I don't go past its final level, which is good. We can kind of sneak up on it. Interesting. I've never looked at the back of these. That looks way better. It actually looks really good. Some bubbles, but not very many. Which is interesting then. Why would the back look really good and the front not as so much? Is that because the front gets most of the heat? So this had the aluminum sheet behind it, and it sapped the heat away. We still did it for 3 minutes. Maybe the iron wasn't as hot, but it really seemed to pull it away. And you can see it even up here at the top, it never laminated to the back of the paper. Same with the front even. But this one, with towels both sides, seems to trap the heat more. And we got a pretty decent result. I wonder if 4 minutes? I feel like we're so close now. Sandwich the paper between the aluminum sheets and wrap with the towel to spread the heat. I want to, and that was my like excited plan when I did this test number 5. And then when I pulled it out after 3 minutes, which we thought 3 minutes was way too long, and it pulled so much heat away that I'd have to make custom sheets. I'd have to cut this one in half so that we're not pulling heat too far away. The 2 sheets would have to be really small. They'd have to match like the size of this, and I don't really want to cut my sheet. I don't even know what this is from, but it's a nice little sheet. I have other aluminum. A roll of aluminum flashing I could maybe use. It's what I use to make, these are bad examples, but I was playing around with sheet bending. So it's this stuff. I don't know how thick it is. Maybe something close to the paper. Guys, I'm gonna heat the iron up again. I can't live like this. I need a better result. Yeah, I was trying to make a heat converter. It's like an HVAC component where you can blow air through and pull air in, and you exchange the temperature between the two. So you'd exhaust hot air out, that's stale, and pull fresh air in, that's cold, and it would exchange heat and condition it. I thought I was inventing something, and then I realized that's a commercial product already, and I was like, oh yeah, people will use their brains, so it makes sense. So I was starting to bend a bunch of sheets that would be leaky as fuck. But it's fun. I did make a little box out of it with rivets. and I want to work with that stuff more. Eventually, I just want to make stuff out of brass. You'll hear that's a theme of mine. I just want to make everything out of brass. Lamps and cast aluminum and yeah, too many projects. Too many projects, but we're gonna do one more sheet here. I'm gonna do basically the same, but I think we need, I'm gonna do a slightly different pattern. I'm gonna point the iron up, but do a diagonal hourglass pattern. For my obsession with hourglasses. I now own 3, Luna. It's getting bad. It's getting, none of them are an hour, by the way. One's 2 minutes, one's 5 minutes, and one's like 15. I haven't measured them yet. Okay, we're gonna do, for test 6. Five minutes. Hourglass pattern. Pressure. And my test 5 got mixed up with my test 6. And towel both sides. Seven? Shit. What if I just write a 7 right after the 6? Does that work for you guys? Or is that too triggering? You're right. No, don't do that. Not the brain rot number. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do the hourglass pattern. I'm gonna draw it. And then I'm gonna draw the iron next to it so I know which direction it was kind of running. I'm gonna put little perforations on it. Is that just the most perfect little iron drawing you've ever seen? Or I guess the bottom of an iron and just the hot part? Who's here says, I don't understand. What's the hype on that number? Yeah, it came from a show. I haven't even watched it. I can't even remember if it was a South Park episode or what. When one of my coworkers that's like old enough to be my dad knew what it was because of his teenage kid, I was like, I'm good. I don't need to know about it. You came from a basketball game. Or it came. And it boosted up. Live? I thought Cheat Sheet was live. I'm gonna get a little water here. I guess we could swap to the tracking cam. A little action shot, chugging some water. Why not? All right. Iron's heating up. Getting close to bedtime. Iron's hot. Iron is hot. All right. We are 7 sheets in, ladies and gentlemen. 7 sheets into the testing. That camera switcher was so cool. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like that camera switch? Did I time it right? I hope I timed it right. He's learning the timing. We're all getting there. Luna, I'm literally trying to remember the camera switching. Like that is,
Okay, it worked out. It was perfect. Great. That's good. That's good. Be right back clipping. There's some very clippable moments. I will be back through my VOD for sure. Thank you for dropping by though, Dana. Now leave and go spend... Oh no, it's Monday. Vince has left so far. I'm sure you're in the clipper. We'll catch up when you get back. I think that was the schedule of events, which Dana's partner would be leaving Monday, going back to England. Okay. The final test. Test 7. Luna, go to goddamn bed. I didn't want to say anything. I'm literally showing you my time conversion chart, and it's like, yeah, UK's 3 AM. You're probably pretty damn close to that. Welcome back, Dana. I was just saying, it's Monday. Vince has left. I was gonna like say, why are you in my chat? Like, go do more productive things. But yeah, I think, do I have a foot pedal switch? A foot pedal switch? Why would I need a foot pedal switch? What's a foot pedal switch for? Cuddling Artie. Yeah. I understand. Are you streaming tomorrow? Get your mind off it a little bit? Hope so. Okay. Well, let me recap for Dana. Dana is special guest here. So we've had test 1. And... oh, what am I using? I'm using an iron. Oh, it's a remote. Little remote. It gives me control over the camera so I can zoom. And then I can pan tilt. So I get pan tilt zoom on these. It's 4K. And then you can obviously zoom in twice or 2 times to get 1080. And then that still twitches stream rate, at least for little streamers. So you get a lot of quality there. I can support up to 4 cameras. So I got a kit that has 3. This was from a webcam test. I was trying to prove that you don't need webcams. You can just use your phone, or it's worth saving up for like a DSLR like these. Like the like that. Anyway, you can set pre-positions. You can set up to 3. I really should have for like this scene, but each camera can have 3 positions. You can have up to 4 cameras together. Each camera can be controlled. You can tell cameras to track, so I can just press a button and now it uses AI face and body recognition. Oh, the low positioning. Yes. This camera is mounted upside down, actually. And I've inverted the image and everything so that I can look upside down and backwards into the cabinet behind it where the 3D printer lives, once we get to those projects. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. It's really cool. This is the OBS bot, OBS bot, not related to OBS. Tiny 2 is what it is. They're super cool. I stream off PC. Yeah, so these are just USB webcams. They go into the... Have you seen my computer? This is a travesty. It's like the coolest thing out of all this stuff. Oh my god. And you're gonna dig this other part. Let me hop into this and turn on the thing. And where did my other droid cam go? Uh-oh. Let's see if this connects.
see right quick if I can connect. Yeah, it's supposed to connect. Come on now. We need to deactivate, refresh. That's correct. There it is. Oh. What? Oh, that's why. Sorry. I just had it underneath. Very blue. What the fuck? Auto. Okay. Tetherless now on Droid Cam. $15 for the Pro app, and you can use your phone as a Wi-Fi camera. Pretty awesome. You can also tether it to the computer. You can get 4K out of it, but it's kind of finicky and not super recommended, but really good 1080p. Anyway, with that stutter, that was great. This is tissue for blowing my nose, okay? Everybody chill the fuck out. Retro PC, that's my streaming PC. So I built, it's a semi-modern gaming PC in there with a compact CPU cooler, 2080 RTX GPU. I don't remember what the CPU is at all. And then I found a CRT from a local computer repair store. But the freaking coolest thing is not this $2 bill, which is crispy as all heck. Just wanted to show that off. It is, in fact, what is behind this floppy door. Let me figure out where the hell... Here we go. You guys ready? Are you watching? Look at that shit. Why didn't that just switch cameras? Dang it. Yeah. So yeah, floppy disk drive. I put a CD drive behind the floppy door that they put on, and that's a modern case too. Absolutely a modern case. They do a whole bunch of different ones. I just happened to find that one first and bought it, and it's been awesome ever since to have a retro themed PC. So when I started the stream today, I was using this rig to film that screen, which had that camera's view on the screen. So we're getting all the CRT glowy effects and the strobing and stuff with the desync. And then I'm using a tilt shift lens. So it made the top of the image always out of focus. So yeah, it looked kind of cool. Now I hit stop on that. Yeah. There we go. Anyway, I absolutely nerd out over this live production stuff. It's so much fun. See you, Luna. Thank you for the lurk. You've only seen me murder a bunch of pigs to hide evidence of crime. I can't say anything. You do have proof. Was that camera your phone? Yes. That's a Motorola Edge 50 Ultra. Kind of a badass phone. I'm going to do some comparisons. That's why I got that lens out. That lens is a macro lens. I'm going to set up a little macro booth. And when I do laser etching. So, oh, you never got to see the result of this. You had to go eat. That's boring. This is what I was working on last time you rated in. This is the time conversion sheet. So my time zone, corn country. You've seen this part. I've explained this part. Thank you for the bit. Ignore this. And then you've got the UK time, and then South Africa and Melbourne. So I just put down time zones that I try to I'm thinking about typically trying to convert, and I can just find the time. So we're almost to my bedtime. So it's 2100, which would be 3 a.m. in UK, 5 a.m. in South Africa, and all the way back around to 2 a.m. in Melbourne.
that always trips me up. Why it's like, it shouldn't be that far. Maybe I missed it. I don't know.
But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, laser engraver did this. Why was I saying the laser engraver? Oh, really high resolution images. So this image is not even as high resolution as this engraver can go, but you can already see, like, seeing the details and like trying to decipher whether or not something's working properly is really hard. Sorry, I have a delay on my preview that I'm looking at, so I'm like going all, I'm terrible right now. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna set up a macro shot, but what I think is my phone might actually do as good or better than my camera at its default settings, because the phone has a pretty high resolution. What other exciting details are there? I cleaned the room. It's pretty clean today. This is clean. This is really clean. This used to be a storage room. It was terrible. I mounted this light today overhead so we can use this space instead of a table that I set up in the middle. So that's been really fun. And then I have good line of sight to the camera, so, you know, cool, interactive. I put up the curtains today and I put them behind the lights. So now we can turn those up and you get like light on it. What else? Cool stuff, because you said I did a cool thing. What other cool things did I do today? We took apart this light to prove that I was right, is basically why I did it. Someone said it was plastic and I said it wasn't. So I took it apart and scuffed it up a little bit to show that it's metal. And we fixed this fan. We repacked the bearing. I remembered incorrectly how it was broken, and I opened it up like, hey, we're just gonna look at this. I'll make a video later, but I want some B-roll basically. And I was like, oh shit, I can fix this. Oh shit, I could have fixed this 8 years ago when I thought it broke. So that was cool. The fan works now. Junk Midget, welcome in, sir. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the hype, Dana. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, the sign, the scuff sign. I'm in. I'm willing. Like I said, it might take me 3 years, but we're gonna get there. Plan is, I got my paper stuff to do now, because that's a big part of stuff I want to do. But I'll probably start with 3D printing, and we'll get some letters printed. And then I'm gonna start figuring out laser cutting and making diffusion materials, then combining that with the LED arrangement so you get a nice solid color. And then we can assemble a full sign, and we'll put it on a an ESP32. Have you come across those in your hackery making programming stuff? It's like an Arduino. I think a little more powerful and maybe a little more versatile, but they're pretty compact. And I got it a few years ago, back when they're like 32 bucks. But you can run a program on there and it'll run the LEDs, and you can do all kinds of stuff with it. So could be pretty cool. The other thing, 3 years faster than you would. The other thing I was thinking of, you keep mentioning galaxies in space. I want to see what it would do to, you know, those like fiber optic lights they used to have it kind of looked like a fountain or a tree, and it had the light in the bottom and all the little plastic bits that like came out and it pointed little stars on the ceiling or whatever. Would be really cool to make signs that had little fiber optics running through it that you could program to like glow. Anyway, just an idea. Ways to make things take 6 years to do. But you have to check on your box. Have something like like an Arduino, but never did wasn't anything yet. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm writing some notes down. got. Let's do a camera change. And thank you so much, Junk. You know all about the HDMI, Wi-Fi, and the 8 cameras. Yeah, he's rated in here like 6 times. Thank you so much, as ever. How are your games? Well, you didn't go live super long ago. Maybe like a couple hour stream. Okay, so I'm gonna write down got big. Ooh. We're underlined big a couple times. Ooh. About fiber optic. I hope I can shit. Yeah. Spelling is not my strong suit. Fiber optic stars on sign. Fucking shit. Sign. There we go. Per. Yeah, we'll just say 40. Gotta write down the whole name so I don't forget. Let's see. Making me miss doing tech projects. If you lived in Canada and I could introduce you to big tech YouTuber guy, you'd be the best of friends. Yeah. He would remind you of a calm version of him. That's awesome. Yeah, that would be fun. Phone. You're fine, phone. Okay, we gotta do a test here. Junk, if you're still here, we've been trying to learn how to laminate with an iron because at this point, I'm refusing to buy a laminator. It's becoming a pride thing. So we're testing the last test. And as ironically, I should do my timer. Almost forgot. We're going long here, guys. We're doing 5 minutes. That is 5 minutes. Okay, come back to the chat. And begin. So, I don't know what I was saying. But now we're ironing. Junk's been playing, I actually don't know it. It's a space alien game. Not one I'm familiar with. It is pretty entertaining to watch, though. It's got like all the aliens are like super fast, so there's some kind of function where you can like shoot them and slow them down. But we got this rolling. Did I miss a chat on my... Hey, Star. I didn't think I'd be still on either. Then Nadareem gave me a raid like a couple minutes before I was planning on ending it. I was like, all right, we'll keep rolling. And then everybody else has been showing up. So yeah, speaking of somebody that likes space, he raided in. He might have had to raid and run though. I'm not sure. He's got his, he likes to wind down, watch movies and eat and stuff after stream. At least the 24 hours like he did yesterday. I think he's lurking. Yeah. Yeah. No problem, Junk. Do your thing, my man. We will catch up with you another time. Watching TV. Nice. Well, so we've been looking at some different options here, and well, we tried all sorts. We tried small circles. We tried bigger circles. We tried figure eights and big figure eights. Now we're doing hourglass shapes. with a decent amount of pressure. This is test 7. We're going for 5 minutes. Going 5 minutes here. I should zoom in again. The funniest thing was like test 3, I was trying to write down what I was doing for that test and run the iron, and I could not do it. Stream's been going good. Let's see, when you had to go, I was still putting up the arm. So we got the arm mounted. I'd show you, but I really want to make sure this test is solid. I can show you right after. But yeah, we got the arm mounted, which gave us this overhead light that we have now, which is super awesome. It's better use of space for sure. Welcome in, Nomad. Thanks for dropping by. We're trying to laminate with an iron because I'm cheap. Also, the store didn't have a laminator, and Reddit said I could do this. So this is our 7th test. We're trying to figure out. I was trying to remember that. Dana, you know what happened earlier? So I'm writing down the tests, not watching chat, and I accidentally wrote down the same test twice. I wrote test 6 down twice, believe it or not. So then I thought it'd be funny if I just put the actual number, which is 1 more than 6, next to it. Chat was not happy. Lunacurd was not happy. But I thought that was funny. I thought that I would share that. I had to scribble it out. Luna was like, no. Let me scroll up slightly. I was busy making jokes. Yeah. Well, thank you, Dana, for dropping by. I appreciate the commitment. All right, we're at 5 minutes on this bad boy, but I think we need to rub this out just a little bit longer. Not 100% we've gotten there, because I started a few seconds after. So, but you know, 5 minutes, not a bad time for a little rub down the iron. What's the 67th element on the periodic table? Junk. That's such a you joke, and that's so brilliant at the same time. I need to know, and that needs to be the response to all of this brain rot. All right, y'all ready for the reveal? This is test 7, right after 6. Fuck. Don't look at that. All right, we're gonna we're back on the train here. I forgot where it was. Hide the shame. I think I can. Okay, words are failing me after 8.25 hours. Oh shit! So that side's fucked up now. Shit! I think I fucked it up. I definitely fucked it up. I fucking fucked it up. That's what I did. Shit. Fuck. Oh, shit. Alright. No shame to hide here. No shame. No, that's the word. That's right. Soiled it. So I think maybe it was getting too hot. Okay, so 5 minutes, no go. But we'll evaluate. Let me get this on the aluminum sheet. Let this puppy spread its heat. Fuck. Stream has been, every stream of mine is full of innuendos because I just can't think ahead enough. But, yeah, this one's terrible. It's Holium over short. That is hilarious, Junk. What am I trying to laminate? So I made this card for myself. This converts my time zone, which is in corn country, to other time zones that I have to calculate from time to time. So UK, I also have a friend in South Africa and a friend in Melbourne. So I have the regions kind of marked out roughly by the time zone, and then the relevant adjustment of time. And then I've also listed it down here, and I can calculate the various times across this graph. So right now it's almost 9:30, so 21 would be directly across about 3 a.m. in the UK, about 5 a.m. in South Africa, and we would be about 2 a.m. in Melbourne, Australia. So that's what it works for. But I had a friend who happens to be in chat see this, and they really liked it, and I've offered to make them one. But I don't want to send them one sheet of paper because I forgot about daylight savings. So this is only valid for another month or so. And Stargazer, who's in chat, is the person I'm trying to make the nice version of this for. Don't feel bad, Star. I like the laminating, but the plan is to laminate the paper at the end of the day so that it doesn't get wet and get destroyed. I'm trying to make something nice and then preserve it too. It's kind of the concept. So the other thought is I don't want one sheet. So I'm gonna try to make multiple sheets and add thickness to the card. So that's another component of the challenge is, can a laminating machine even do 10 sheets of paper stacked together? The other part is gluing. So I've been doing some gluing testings. We did that last stream. Testings. English is failing me. We're gonna do double-sided. So the back side, I think, is gonna be the non-daylight savings time, corrected the other way. So you'll be able to flip-flop. That'll be as far as we go with that. I think eventually for some of these designs, if I get really into it, and it's a lot of fun, and people are into it, I might try to make these out of metal. I think that'd be really cool. There's some different ways I can see myself doing it. The laser I have can touch metal. I don't know if we can really engrave it, but if we can, pardon me, if we can get just enough, I think we could lay in some enamel, and then you can have a contrast there. If we did brass, I love brass. Everything's gonna be made out of brass. It's all gonna be made out of brass. Then we'll have to polish it. We're gonna have to polish it, maybe tarnish it, maybe some different versions, something like that. Does that answer your question, Nomad? 18. Hey, another corn brother. What's up? It's got the juice. Yeah, so that's what we're trying. That might be the origins of 6-7. Ho. That is hilarious, Junk. Response to Dana. We were watching Chris Rocks. Everybody Hates Chris. And watching it. It was on TV. But she's been streaming it. Okay. Can't wait for Wednesday and watching Fallout. Oh, yeah. They're only releasing one at a time or something like that. Thank you so much for the clip. I will admit, while you were gone, there were other couple of moments, but man, they passed. They're gone. Okay, and then we've got, that's me. Yeah, Star, that's you. I've heard that. It's the guy that's NASCAR. Oh, I plan on watching that season 2. I'm gonna turn the iron off before I fucking burn my face. It is off. Good me. It's the finest metal until it gets junk. Sir. Sir. I don't think I can even say that. That is really funny, and I don't want to admit it. Okay, this was test 7. There you go. There's a fancy 7 for you, Dana.
Okay, I think for the science part of this show, I think we went too hard. Did I just say that? Fucking shit. Can't believe I just said I went too hard. Fuck. Okay. My keyword for this stuff is biscuits. I have DaVinci Resolve Studio, which I use to edit, and it has a transcribing function, a transcript function. I can make subtitles from audio, which is really cool. It has some other functions, but then I can convert. Why is that important? Why is that relevant? Oh yeah, so I can keyword search. So if I leave myself a verbal note, which my keyword is biscuits. I said something really stupid and funny about 30 seconds ago. If I leave that keyword, I should be able to find it in the transcript, and I'm not going to talk about, I mean, some days I might get those round pastry things that come out of the oven and gravy. There might be a day I eat that and talk about it, which would be kind of ironic if that comes up. But anyway, what were we talking about? We're talking about, I was writing this down, and then I said something terrible at it, which I don't remember. It's only been like 8 hours, guys. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, I remember that combo, that fancy 7. Of course, I remember that. That's how I write my 7s. Okay, so 7. We got derailed at test 4 apparently, and now we're at test 7. So we're gonna write this down. This is great data that we've acquired here. Test 7, very fancy, very formal 7 there. Check that shit out. Too much heat, I think it was. Too much heat. I think we actually have established that officially. So out of all of our testing so far, come the fuck on. There we go. So test 1, I think the bubbling here, I think that is a sign of too much heat. A little bit extra at the moment, apologies. Test 2, we maybe didn't get quite hot enough. And I did the sad thing, and I wrote some of these tests down, and then I started doing the smart thing and writing the test here. So I just, staying in school, kids. So I'm thinking this is too little heat. That's too little heat. This is goddamn close, but maybe not enough because we didn't quite get down here. And then this is an artifact of too much heat. So this must be perfect. Somewhere between too much and too little. And it looks really, really quite good. Let me get the reflection just right. There's almost no bubbles there. So between these two tests, I think there's something perfect somewhere between these two. But yeah, I've written that down. Too much heat, top right. Corner. Why did I write it like that? There we go. Jesus. So anyway, Star, if you end up seeing me test and work on this one project for like 3 weeks, do not worry. I enjoy it. And what I'm trying to do is build up the skills to do other projects, not just this one. I see it as a skill to be able to laminate a bunch of paper, like laminate in the sense of like stacking it and gluing it, like book laminating, I guess, and then be able to encase it in something that preserves it. The other option too, which we did try, if I can find my test, here we go, is Mod Podge. Apparently you can seal paper with Mod Podge. Let me look at the actual live preview monitor so I can tell how utterly out of focus we are. Which way are we going? There we go. So between my thumb and middle finger is a very thin layer, and then a thicker layer on this side. You can see the brush marks. I don't think I can get away from that.
think you're gonna see the brush marks. But that's potentially an alternative, is using Mod Podge. I don't think it's waterproof, but it might help. So there's also acrylic sprays. I'm starting to wonder if that might be it, because it's a lot of plastic to waste. The other thing is I just get a laminator, because it's probably a good idea. Because going through my tests in here, one of my favorite things to do on these tests is I've got this photo of me from when I was like 5. It was a family photo. And actually, you know what, guys? I can turn this sideways for you. Did I just turn it upside down? What's my previous thing? No, I didn't. Wow, that's good. I did good. So yeah, that's me. Smug little shit. Family photo. I was about 5. But I dial in my laser. Whatever laser I get, I dial it into this image. I get it perfect. There's a lot of variables. I get it perfect. And then I cut it out, and I leave a little smug shit face around the house for my wife to find. She loves it. It's her favorite thing. It's her favorite thing. But those are the ideas. That's all the excitement I have right now. But let me catch up with chat. Okay. We need something between 6 and 7. Yeah. Fancy 7. Oh wait, remember that? We brain rotted the streamer. Here, instead of you guys seeing my hair patterns, I could scene switch here. And now you can see me. Here's a solution. Chat over there. Chat over there. Here. We'll swap to the third camera. That is true, Star. Once I get the process lined out and I actually write it down so I don't forget it like week to week, which is why I take so many notes. Yeah, it should be really easy. Like literally the laser thing, you didn't get to see it, but there were a few people that were able to see it from Dana's raid. And it was like maybe 3 minutes on this new laser. It took like 3 minutes. It would take like probably 10 to 20 minutes on my old laser, which I'm eventually going to compare. And not even twice, not even close in resolution. So it's an incredible tool that can just pump out stuff. But it's the post-processing that makes the difference. The other side of it is if I just fucking make it out of metal, I don't have to worry about it getting wet because it's paper. But I have other, so my big dream, guys, big dream. The biggest dream I can imagine is if I can get max resolution at a small size, can I etch a portion of an image at really high resolution and then stack images next to each other? It's like a composite panorama in a sense. The challenge is, one, how are you going to process all of it? Like, what software do you need to break a large photo down into small photos? Then how are you going to line this shit up? Because we're talking about not tenths of a millimeter. We're talking about hundredths to tens of thousands. That's literally the same shit. Hundredths of a millimeter width for this beam on this freaking awesome ass laser. So if you're that amount off, does the image not work when you start scaling up? So it's a huge challenge for me, but I'm getting the process down. So that's why I do this paper. It's the cheapest way for me to theoretically make a square about this size that's like 16K resolution of some, I don't know, I don't even know what image I could do. Maybe Google Earth. I'll steal some Google Earth images. I'll be like, that's my house. When you get like here and you're like, yeah, there's some detail. You're barbecuing in the backyard. And then you walk back and it's like a mural that's like 10 feet by 8 feet. That would literally take me years. But anyway, the idea is if I could create a process that was efficient enough, I don't think I'd ever make money from it. like most of my ideas, but I could flat pack ship somebody a mural in a little box, and all they would have to do is really precisely figure out where they go and line them all up. But you could have this huge image that was shipped like super economically. Pretty relevant because posters are a thing, but yeah, let me scoot over here and scroll up on the chat that has me not facing away from you guys. Okay, okay, we need something between 6 and 7. Between 6, say it like, I cannot. Like how I have been MIG welding the same piece of steel for like a week just to get good. That's how you do it. You just run beads, dude. Are you just doing, yeah, steel? Nice. Are you doing flux core or shielded gas? No worries at all. Once you get it right. Yep. We talked about that for like 20 minutes. I want to learn how to MIG weld so bad. What MIG? MIG's pretty badass. Not too bad. Does Canada have 240 power like in the UK, or is it like the US where it has 120 volt? I'm trying to think of. It's called split phase power, but I'm trying to think of how to make it make sense. I don't have a plug to demo with, but it's a lot of steady hand movements at a slow pace, to be honest. There's they're doing it with lasers now. X Tool, and there's another company that did it first. I can't remember. I almost bought it, and then I wouldn't have been able to afford this laser. And then what the hell am I gonna laser weld? But they're using a infrared nanometer, 10,080 nanometer, like infrared spectrum laser, which is typically what a fiber laser is. So they're using a fiber laser, which affects metals really well. Metals absorb that wavelength of energy really well. They're using that. They're oscillating the beam to heat up materials, like really, really localized. And then they use a wire feed. Joshua Delisle on YouTube. Delisle, I think it is. Has a few videos on those. He's been getting sent those. And he's a big, he's a sculpture artist, which is super, super cool. But yeah, it automates a lot of shit. It's impressive. He's been doing stainless, like he did stainless blindfolded, and it came out fine. So super fun though. I've tried stick welding, and then I've researched it a lot. I want to get a TIG welder one day. All babyfied, yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's something I'd enjoy. Of course, it's probably so tough on the body, yeah. Just seems like doing the same thing over and over. I've got a buddy who's in school to learn welding. I could ask him, because I know you're kind of looking at potential career trade options. If nothing else, just fun to learn. My thought is the auto darkening masks, are they good enough? Or is that tiny split second of brighter than sun light too much? Because I know how exposure works in the camera, and you can minimize the exposure by shortening the exposure time. But I'm like, I know it's 1/20,000th of a second for it to like cut in. But I'm like, is that still enough? I don't know. Just a random idea, but could you use the white screen in front of you as a backdrop for a projector and have chat up there, and it could look like a cool / easier. I like the way you think. So there's something called projection mapping. There's certain software that do it. I haven't found a like a free alternative yet, but you essentially load an image into a program, you project a particular calibration image, and then you scale parts of the projection until it lines up. And they do this for like buildings. So if there's a building that had like a facade and like columns, they would projection map it. So they adapt the image where on a flat wall it would look janky as fuck, but on that building they've scaled it to work and you can project onto something. I think that's really cool. Projectors are kind of expensive though, for higher resolution ones. And I tend to be an idiot and buy nice stuff, so I'm trying to hold off on that. But yes, projecting chat is something I'm really excited about. I would also be interested if I could create a virtual camera in a game, like Racing Sim, a rear view projection of what's happening in the game behind me. I could literally just use a green screen, but I think it'd be cool if I could have a separate virtual camera that's like projecting like the scene of the car behind me or something onto the sim rig that I want to build. It'd be cool. But it is a great idea. Yeah, I'd love to be able to see and interact with chat. And then I'm sure you could program some stuff where people can interact with stuff like that. I also, oh man, this is all my ideas stream. Good God. Not me, not catching up. But I want to figure out, and I'm sure there's a way. I literally haven't looked at Stream Elements and all the bots and all the commands work because I'm trying to avoid software things as much as possible and just get the hardware part like nailed, or at least just have fun with that because it's so much easier for me in a physical space to mess with cameras and do weird camera loops like I was doing earlier. I'm also worried that I'll forget about it, I'll not know how to do it, and then something breaks, and then I don't want to touch it, and now I have a broken chat kind of thing. That's what I'm trying to avoid. But I want to see, can I get a way of someone sending a command, then that getting pulled out of the chat, which I think is possible with Stream Elements. I think you can do that with a bot, something like that. And then addressing a microcontroller with that command. So can chat control physical things that are around me? Some ideas would be a giant light up sign for the letter F that chat can light up red at the appropriate time. You can have interactive colors or projections. What were some other ideas? I had some other ideas. I'm giving everybody the gold. Oh no, what am I doing? This is part of what I was trying to do today, was write out all these ideas. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but there was one more idea I had. Fucking fog machine. Wouldn't that be the coolest shit if chat could spin some drops and be like, give me the fog. And there's like, and then you're coughing like 18 seconds later. I think that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Very quickly, before I read more chat, I'm gonna make, I swear, I've tried for 2 streams, I swear I'm gonna make little cards. I was gonna do this first, and then the whole time calculator thing happened, which is awesome. I love how it turned out. I was freaking loved it. But I want to make cards. I'm gonna probably make 2 sizes. Maybe there'll be like a 3-ring binder, and then it can also fit on 2 rings. So it's like intercompatible stuff. But I want to make these cards that are standard cutout, that on the laser cuts out like super quick, has holes, whatever, alignment pins, and then I would just either write ideas on them, stack them, sort them, and hang them, or they could go on a ring binder, or actually apply a design to the card. So I'd be like, okay, the sim racing project. Well, maybe it has sim racing rig, some simple parameters, and then like an image of it. And that's all etched on the card. What I think that will do for me is I'm gonna pull up all my ideas. That'll be one stream where I just go through all my ideas. I talk about the different things. So it'll basically be this, unending, never keeping up with chat, and just being really excited about shit. But going through all the ideas I've had and written down, pulling them out of my note, like stream of consciousness, continually everly scrolling thing, pull them out of that, get them written down, and the process of getting them onto the paper is enough difficulty that it weeds out the ideas that aren't a priority. Then you get a subset of 15 dope ideas, and then they're physical. Now I have ownership over these things. I can lay them out, show them off, which is going to be the cool thing. I was like, this is my idea. You guys have been seeing me with that one card like 15 times this stream. Like, look what I made. So that's the idea of that. And then you can sort them all by priority, and then you hang them up. And then you look, okay, this is the one thing I'm focusing on, but maybe what's behind it? Okay, no, we're gonna focus on the first one. Then when you're done, it can go to the back or something. Anyway, there's lots of ideas. Okay, it's a lot more physically demanding than you'd think, but mostly by forcing you into a stable stance for a solid 10 to 15 minutes at a time. Fair. That makes a lot of sense. Or like if you're welding underneath a car or something, that sounds very, very taxing. So if you have a shitty back like you, oh shit, you need a stool to be able to survive it. Sounds tough for you in school for welding. Is there anything you didn't expect to hate? Interesting question. I started an official college course for it last week, actually. I've been doing it for a while myself though, but no other than my course forced me to learn a bunch of math, and you can just do it on your phone. You love it all. That's awesome. The actual like chemistry of welding would be super interesting to learn. Okay, shielded gas currently. I almost caught up, but the scroll keeps getting shorter. The bottle was fantastic. Me coming over. Yeah. Probably. I think that's what you're referencing. That's pretty funny. Let's see. Oh, it's awesome. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. If I ever change careers at 100% go into welding. Yeah, Dana's gonna be do the dive welding. Dana's gonna do underwater welding for sure. Shielded gas currently. Yep. Welding always pays well, so you never be able to work. So that's the thing I'm worried about. It's a high skill thing, so if you lower the skill ceiling, then the money goes down. So if they're coming out with these laser, you know what, guys? I'm sitting here. I have a much nicer microphone. Why don't we just use the nicer microphone? I'll just talk to you guys through this thing. Jesus. So that's what I'm worried about with and Joshua Delisle, he talks about this a lot, is if you can literally weld stainless steel blindfolded and get an acceptable result, where's the skill? So my buddy, Microplastics, he streams under that name. He's in his 3rd semester of welding. Nomad. I was gonna say I'll give you his name and stuff, but he's in his semester. He's literally not streaming because he's focusing on school. But he's in my chat from time to time. If you ever want, I can try to put you guys in touch when he's out of semester. But he's a little bit farther into school. I don't know if you'd have questions or anything. Welding on his plate. Yep. I'd have to get another power plug to get a proper welder and power it. Yes, but you can kind of do, so there's a duty cycle. If you have more power available, you can weld for longer, but if you have less power available, there's, I think, some welders that can still do it, but the duty cycle is a lot. So like you might only be able to weld like 30% of the time instead of like 80% of the time. I had a little 120 welder that I learned on, and it's shit, but it's cool. It's pretty cool. That's true. I feel like I'd also be good to know just for projects and around that. Absolutely. That's why I want a TIG welder, because I don't need the big projects. I don't need to weld an excavator bucket tooth back on. I just need to put random, possibly aluminum metals together and get it to work. I'm probably gonna end up with a laser fucking thing. God damn it.
I'm gonna buy another laser and probably use it to weld. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Spot welding's cool. I can see myself spot welding with battery terminals. TIG is too precise for you. You have the dumb brain and the unsteady hands and the bad back. Sorry, bro. Had to. Yeah, I like you'll notice I like precise things. That needs to be one of my new tags that I've added in here. Haven't had a problem with auto darkening yet. Okay, good. So I know somebody that I think somebody was like trying to get out of welding. They're older, like in their 50s or something, but maybe they just took too many flashes or something. Oh, you did that in school? Oh, projection mapping. Fuck. Your measurement the program, it was free. What? That was a cool idea for the sim rig. Can I share it with Vince? Who might actually like to do that? Yeah, fuck yeah. If I'm saying on here, you can share it. I added a tag, no gatekeeping, to my stream. I'm serious about it. I think the world's better if more ideas are shared. If you can make money out of an idea that I have, I probably was never going to make money out of it anyway. And if you can do it as good or better than I ever could have, then it's probably better that it's just in the world. So why not? No worries if you want the idea for no. He's in a better spot to do it. If he was more local and I had stuff that was working, I'd super collaborate to be like, let me build this for you. Let me set it up. But unfortunately, shipping to the UK is ass. Oh my god, want to make a robot for stream 2? No way. Do the channel point redeems for the colors. Yes. Super easy to set up. Okay. Good to know. Maybe I do need to actually finally get into that. Don't give me the ability to physically troll file up, use it instantly. I think that's the goal though. Like if I'm playing a racing game and someone spends, it'll be expensive, like 15k points. I don't know if maybe not that expensive for fog, and it like covers the screen or something. I will be pissed in the moment and dying of laughter in the same breath. There's a streamer you watched that had different LED color redeems, so chat would change the color of the light in his streams. That's cool, Star. So it is possible. Idea dump the human. You got me. You got me. I'm trying to get better at dumping one idea at a time instead of 8 ideas on top of each other. A friend of mine used to allow people to redeem LED light 2 until 8 minutes of rainbow flashbangs. Yeah, the flashbang concept basically. Yeah. That's a dick move. Whoever did that, that's hilarious. Sounds horrible. Oh my god. It was for him. I had a great time. That's awesome. Oh shit, it's 11. I'm gonna head out, get going for bed. Yeah! Thanks for dropping by, everybody. That's awesome. It is my bedtime. It's 10 for me. I am 1 hour in the past. 1 hour in the past, but see you, Dana. Thanks for dropping by. I'm going to try to recap what we did today. The thought is that I could look at the end of the stream, but I have figured out a way of, I've actually used a little bit of AI. I broke down. I'm not using it for creative purposes intentionally, and it's not information that isn't public from a stream. It's just the transcript of the stream, and I have it break it down into key points for what happened, and then a subset of that, so I know what happens in a stream without watching for apparently 9 hours. So what do we do today? We got the curtain set up. We cleaned this spot here. We realized we could use this table to do our crafting projects, so that's a big win. I also like the cross room camera shenanigans that we can get going. I think that's pretty cool. So we've got some good stuff going. We did set up our boom arm over there, so we got the sick ass light over there. That's working well. We did put the curtain specifically behind the other lights, so our practical lights are working. We took apart this light to see what it was made out of. It's metal. Figured that out. We went to look at this fan and see if it, I was going to order some parts, maybe a ball bearing to fix it. And turns out I could have fixed it maybe 8 years ago with that much grease. So we fixed it. I'm going to take it upstairs and it's going to run all night. I'm happy and pissed at myself at the same time. Then we got to laminating when Natarim raided, which that was a lot of fun. We got some kind of mixed results on the last two. I wasn't super sure. Haven't quite decided what we're gonna do there, but yeah, some mixed results. We've established what's too hot. We've established what isn't hot enough, and I probably am just gonna buy a laminator. Sorry to say, sad to say. What else? I think that's more or less it. We caught up with Star to let her know we are actually working on it. I'm just silly about how I do things, so we're building up the fundamentals first. And yeah, not a bad Monday stream. The room is deceptively tall. It's a normal height, like 8 feet, but camera angles and things. So, what I want to do that I didn't get to today was the card organizers, where we put ideas on cards. That would create a filter for the best ideas. Then I have physical representations of the ideas. I can lay them all out, sort through them. To do that, I was also going to rig up a macro booth with the macro camera. And I wanted to compare the phone, because it's got a really high resolution, to the actual proper camera. And then maybe explore some of the photo techniques that I want to employ and mess around with. So stuff we didn't get to, plenty more for later. I do think this channel is now going to skew more towards the maker stuff, this stuff, than the gaming. I think the gaming's a distraction. I will probably continue doing it as kind of one-offs, as experiments for, like we played Valheim on the CRT and we filmed the CRT, so we got the CRT vibes. Maybe do some cosplays. We've done, we had Johnny Bravo on stream. He was able to come by. That was pretty fun. I've got some other ideas for some different, some voices that I can do. It'd be fun to incorporate all that. But thank you all for watching. I am Fimorth on Twitch. You can find me at Better Done Right on YouTube. That is my main goal, is YouTube eventually. This is just the back end of all the YouTube work. So I'm learning things, sharing things, hoping that we can all get better. And I think my microphone has been kind of a distance away. We have also been testing out the small rig mic, which, reminder for me, the battery life is not quite as good as the Holy Land. Worth knowing. Then again, not everybody streams for 8 to 9 hours, so yeah, kind of a me problem. So I'll go sub on the YouTube. Yeah, I'll drop the name in for you. It is on my about page. But yeah, that's what you should put in chat or search on YouTube to find. There's a lot more content coming. I've been backlogged. I have 3 or 4 videos that I need to work on, but I have a lot of passion projects on the side. I do a lot of editing for me, for other people. Keeps me busy also with all this. So I am going to get out of here. Thank you all so much for joining on this marathon, turned into a marathon stream on this fine Monday. And I will probably be back next weekend. I'm thinking weekends are probably going to be the best. And then during the week, I kind of keep pushing on these projects, lots of cleaning stuff that isn't as much fun to stream. But thank you all so much for joining in. Good to meet the new people today, Nomad. We also had, let me scroll up. We had Who's Here, was a new friend that joined in. We had a couple new follows. Won't shout everybody out in case they're more of a lurker. But yeah, absolutely great time. Thank you all so much for joining in. I am going to raid out. Let me just see who we have. Okay. Just load through all my quick tabs here. We might, I don't think they're still going. We do have a friend there, a friend there. Let's see how far this person is. I think we have a raid target. This is Cider Taco. So let me drop into the raid tab. And we do have an ad that's silly ad about to start. Let me turn. Swapping mics back to the good mic. Swap to my follow. I never did fix my chair, by the way. I brought all this up here. Hacksaw and some metal. I was gonna fix the chair. We fixed some other things, but I was gonna fix the chair. That was gonna be my thing today. I broke it. I broke it. Where's my remote? There we go. Swap to here. Swap to here. I was gonna fix things. Anyway, okay. Following we have why? Oh, maybe I cannot raid this particular friend. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. We are gonna raid into Adobo. Let's see. Apologies. We can raid into this friend. All right, we're gonna hit the start raid button. That'll queue up for a few seconds. If you guys are able to join in the raid, even if it's for a minute or two, that does help the streamer on the other side. I'd really appreciate it. They would appreciate it as well. That is it for me. Everybody have a good night. I need to get to bed. I have work tomorrow. So bye-bye.